Boys and girls, people of all ages, how are you all doing? Good morning, good morning. Are we good? Are we good? Are we hyped for another day of Panda action? We can, my ultimate plan for today is to give another little go at the 10 to 70. As I think squeezing in a few more heroic dungeons will get the job done. But, oh my, how many people saw that blue post that Blizzard put out about Panda Remix? Oh my god, it set the world on fire. Lord have mercy. How one little line in a blue post can trigger so many people. I don't blame them though, we'll talk about that in a minute. Also, post a video about 3 little bronze farms. Minutes! And I mean literally minutes. Actually minutes from posting the video. Bang! Nerfed. Ah, Christ. Welcome to the game of posting farming videos, clearly. But what am I doing to do a speedrun? Well, we were figuring it out a little bit yesterday. Where's my notepad? There's a little bit of a plan of action. A plan of action for today. Our attempt 1 yesterday got us to level 52 in 2 hours and 15 minutes. But we kind of blew our load. And so ran out of steam to get all the way to 70. Equally meaning we were 18 levels short. So we need to refine it some more. So instead of actually going for like a time today, I'm going to focus on the process. I'm going to hone in on the process. The process seems to be logical. I just need to get the numbers right. 1 to 25, you do heroic. It's basically a heroic dungeon playthrough, right? You are just doing heroic dungeons. It's when you squeeze in not doing heroic dungeons that's the trick here. As soon as you ding 25, you go do a normal Mogoshon Vaults. As soon as you hit 35, you go do a normal Heart of Fear. And as soon as you hit 40, you go do a normal Terrace of Endless Springs. You do this to jack up the XP on your cloak, the percentage XP gain. All the while, you are deliberately not looting the bonus XP items. You're letting them all go to your mailbox. Let them all go to the mailbox from all of the boss kills, all of the dungeons, all of the raid kills. You let all of the bonus XP items go to the mailbox by not looting them. The plan is by the time you've got past level 40 and you've done your Terrace of Endless Springs and you've got about a 400% cape, then you burn through all of these bonus XP items from your mailbox and it slingshots you to 70. That's the theory here, at least, anyway. We did a run yesterday where we didn't do that many heroic dungeons. We pretty much chained from one raid straight to another, and without doing the extra bonus heroic dungeons, meant that we fell short by quite some distance, but that's the plan at least. Leveled about 6 ults using a locked Holy Priest on a trial account, and then doing the raids at 25 and 40. Yeah, this is one way you get a level. That's a little bit more involved than I want for this run. I want this to be a predominantly solo. I don't want people to have to faff around with like trial accounts and separate characters, and the problem with that is I've seen already a few people will do that. They'll have a level 20 trial account and their main character that they're trying to level, and then one of them just hangs back and doesn't do anything, and sometimes it makes the heroic dungeon go horribly wrong. It's a bit cheesy, a bit too cheesy for my liking. Finally got my necklace, but ran out of gems to put in it. Oh, there's your next problem. There's the next problem. So today, I'm not going to go for a record speed. I'm just going to focus on the process. I want to calculate how many dungeons we need to do, realistically. as many dungeons as needs to be done until you get to level 25 is quite simple, but it's this 25 to 30 where I want to squeeze in some more heroic dungeons. We do our Mogoshon Vaults run, then we squeeze in realistically as many dungeons as it takes to get to 35. My guess is it's going to be 5 to 10 dungeons. That should then give us more bonus XP items in our mailbox. It would mean we don't need to use any of the bonus XP items that we farmed from the dungeons earlier on to get to 35 artificially quickly. It's weird because you're actually trying to level as slow as possible. You're kind of trying to level as slow as possible to do as many heroic dungeons before you get too high a level and your sort of early leveling power falls off. And then once you've done your normal Terrace of the Ender Springs run and you fall out of there at probably level 41, 42, hopefully you can then go boop, 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 and you just end up at 70. That's the plan. That's the theory, at least. It's just getting the numbers right today. But that's the plan for in a little bit. I want to get a few daily things out of the way, and more importantly, I need to talk about this absolute level ridiculous blue post that Blizzard put out because it set the world on fire. And quite rightly so, because it's, oh my god, it's not good. The TLDR to this, before we go through it in great detail, is that Blizzard have basically come out and in as softly way as possible have said, we ain't reducing the upgrade costs, deal with it, bitch. So 600k to level your character to max gear, it's just going to be what it is. It's just going to be what it is. For those of you who've been holding off doing item upgrades in the hope that it was kind of like bugged or they plan on doing a rebalance, it doesn't look like they're going to. 600k to upgrade your gear is perfectly acceptable as far as Blizzard are concerned, regardless to what the player base seems to have opinion on it, but you're so right about taking advantage of the high-level players still playing around. Yesterday, I was only intending to do daily dungeons. Randomly got into a group of a 70 Demon Hunter with his level 20 Twink, and we went on an insta-queue dungeon spree. The Demon Hunter was killing bosses faster than I could run to the bosses, and the only support I could give was in not delaying clicking the button to enter the next dungeon. Yeah, you'll come across that occasionally. That's quite common at the moment. Yeah, this 20 Twink business, maybe we need to look into this a little bit more as well, because it's interesting how that works. I would hate to see them put more restrictions on what trial characters can do just to curb this kind of like weird bring a level 20 Twink meta that's evolving very fast. But yeah, you're right. If you can get into a group like that, you will just do, I don't know, I would imagine 60-second to 2-3 minute dungeons, and you just bang, 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 bang. An hour later, you've done 20 dungeons, you're level 45, and you have no idea what the hell happened. Yeah. The fact that they're tripling down and not adjusting the upgrade costs is baffling. I need to do what I do best, which is remove any emotion from it, deal with it rationally, and fight it with maths, right? You can't argue with maths. Maths just is what it is. It's like science. It's just a thing, right? You can't argue it. You can argue it, but you look dumb when you do it. So if you can argue something using maths, then, well, hey presto. Your argument is all of a sudden 10 times more valid. So this is what needs to be done with this item upgrade business, because mathematically it doesn't make sense. I've tried to showcase this a little bit before, but this is the reason I've been so almost 110% convinced that the numbers were wrong, because mathematically it doesn't make any sense. Somebody who has done the spreadsheet work at Blizzard HQ, whoever's responsible for the spreadsheet and the balancing, has got a digit wrong somewhere. They've clearly made a mistake somewhere, and they haven't, like, Either they're like, oh shit, we can't undo this. There's no Control Z button. They can't undo it, so they're just having to live with it, and they're buckling down, which is madness. But I think it suggests that they'll just increase bronze drop rates later on to compensate. Well, it's very strange. It's very strange because they seem to be greatly going down the path of you will play this mode like we intend you to play this mode, which seems very strange. It's like we've created this remix event and you absolutely will do raids and you will love it. It's like, yeah, but there's a lot more to it that people also clearly love. Like, hamstringing the vast majority of players to appease this idealistic goal of everybody must do the raids every single day seems very strange to me. It's just gaming nowadays. Devs want to play gods. Kind of is. Kind of is. I'll put the plan up on screen in a minute. I need to go get my coffee. Ignore option 1 and ignore option 2. They don't really exist yesterday. We did a 2 hour, 15-minute run. Well, I suppose this is technically today's plan. 10 to 70, technically. Torghast must become Chorghast. So to summarise ahead of time, because I've already done the maths, I had to obviously do the maths to make sure that my I was going to go in this with the correct numbers in the first place. But the maths is simple. To get a max level character, you need to throw about 60 hours, 60 to 80 hours of relatively optimized play on any one single character, is what it's going to take you mathematically to get a max geared character. To get 476 item level, 60 to 80 hours of effort. Doesn't matter quite so much where that effort is thrown, but it ends up 60 to 80 hours of work. And you can maths this out quite quickly and easily for the very simple reason that Blizzard seems to have this internal number in their head of 10k an hour. Blizzard will comfortably let you have 10,000 bronze an hour, but if you start doing things that are getting a little bit over that number, then they start getting a little bit itchy with their ban hammer, or their nerf bat, sorry. I should make that very clear. They get a little bit itchy with the nerf bat, and if something ends up being a little bit more than 10,000 bronze an hour, let's say something hits 20,000 bronze an hour, whack! They're going to bat it. They're going to squish it. They're going to get that gone real fast. I think they're probably going to let slip this alt leveling speed thing because, of course, that's sort of like, yes, you can get an alt to 70 very quick, but for the purpose of gear upgrading, you have to do it all on one character because you can't transfer bronze from X, Y, and Z. So we're talking predominantly single character here. 60 hours of effort. Once you've reached level 70, I should add, about 60 hours of effort is what's needed to get a max gear character. And that's clearly by design from Blizzard. Now, it's very easy to argue that 60 hours of effort on one single character, while simultaneously not being able to buy any of the cosmetics or collectible items during that time, is batshit crazy. That's way too high. Way too high. Way too high of a time investment on one single character in a side hustle, optional mini-game mode of the game. There are people out there that won't have spent 60 hours on their main character on retail, right? The 60 hours is a long ass time. That's a full $60 AAA story mode game time investment in one character in Remix. It's too much. It's just way too much. The player base does not consist of all school kids and the unemployed anymore, I don't feel. The average age of your average World of Warcraft player, very generalizing here, has definitely increased over the years. Most regular players of this game nowadays have external commitments. Education that must come first. Employment that must come first. Significant others that probably come first. Family that probably comes first. This video game is a hobby for people. It's a hobby. If you've all of a sudden got to flick a switch and decide that you've got the next 90 days to spend 60 hours on just one character before the game really starts, because that's at the expense of the collectibles, it is no surprise some people go, no, that's ridiculous. Even if you can get your level 70 character there really fast, like, it's the numbers are wrong. Somebody's ballsed up on the spreadsheet. After 90 days, if you play the game mode for an hour a day, you're still nowhere. It's kind of a shame. Yeah, it's madness. If you you could throw an hour a day at this. An hour a day, most people don't get more than a couple of hours a day to themselves, right? To focus on their hobbies. Most people don't get more than a couple of hours a day. I'm super lucky. I'm super lucky. I can play this 10 hours a day if I want. In that regard, I know I'm super lucky. And other content creators are super lucky to be in that same position as well. But most people get a couple of hours to throw at their hobby of choice. And if that hobby of choice ends up being World of Warcraft, to have to make the proactive decision to spend 60 hours kind of before their journey even begins. Within that period, you've not picked up a single collectible item. You've not picked up any of the exclusive mounts. You've not picked up any of the ensembles, transmog-wise. You've purely got your character to the point where it can, is gear capped. You can still obviously scale it more with the cloak, but like gear capped, the point to where your access to entry to to everything this game mode has, you get a VIP ticket into practically anything at this point. There's not a single heroic raid that would turn down a 476 BM hunter. Just isn't going to happen. If I queue, I'm going to get highest possible priority access to that group. That's what getting gear capped affords you, right? It means that I could, in theory, if I wasn't doing this on stream, I could, in theory, log in the morning. I could absolutely blast through every heroic raid, probably with the same group of 10 people, because people are starting at Mogashon Vaults, and they are going smash, 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 done. Thanks very much, see you later. And those people are going smash, 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 they take their 50k bronze, and they log off for the day, they're done. That's the luxury you afford yourself by having a max gear character. For a lot of people, though, I know that 60-hour time investment to get that VIP ticket is not worth it in any way, shape, or form. Totally not worth it. The timing of Remix is terrible. They've just released D4, and honestly, I'm having fun. To be surprised. Yeah, Season 4 of D4. Kata. Alpha's just been and mostly gone. Beta's about to start. In this part of the world, at least, it's summer. Northern Hemisphere, at least, we get summer now, which is always... Summer's a 50-50 situation. The younger you are, the more time you have in the summer. The older you get, the more likely you are to actually wanting to believe it or not, taking time off from even what your hobbies are in the summer. You're doing summer shit, right? You're going outside, you're going to the park, you're, dare I say it, touching grass. Do you farm more bronze with higher item levels since you can do higher content? Absolutely. It's basically double the bronze. Indirectly, you get double the bronze rewards by having a high level character. For reference on this, your normal raids is about... Where's the about button? Where's that wiggly one that looks like an about button? Normal raids, let's say 500 bronze per boss. 500 per boss. Your heroic raids is 750 per boss. There are some bosses that are slightly more than this, sure. But 750 per boss. And can anybody in chat right now confirm, is it the 1250 tokens per boss in Mythic Siege of Orgrimmar? I'm pretty sure it is. So... Oh, is it literally just the same as Heroic? It's only the 750 ones. Alright, fine. It's just the potential more bones at the end of it and the achievement, I guess. So yeah, you're looking at... Although this only looks like 50% more, but it actually ends up being practically double on a per hour basis, and let me tell you why. Let me explain why. Normal raids. Normal raids. Wide variety of people. A huge, wide variety of players want to do normal raids. So this means if you are looking to join groups, you could get Froggers. You could get freshly dinged 70s. You could get, like, the kind of players you could get in your normal mode raids is really wide and really varied. I'd still argue it's better than LFR, mind, but it's significantly wider, it's significantly more varied. You're more likely to come across players that are not quite so aware of how everything works, how the bosses work, what to do with the ward thing when requested. You know, there's a lot more of a learning curve going on in the normal mode raids, and so by proxy of that, they tend to be slower than heroic raids. Or let me just say they're not slower than heroic raids. I would just say heroic raids are faster. Heroic raids, people will request 450 item level gear, and everybody blasts. It's just quite simple. You've basically got 10 people who do practically the same thing. They all absolutely blast the boss falls over and you move on. It's going to be much quicker and easier to do a full sweep of the raids on heroic than it will be on the normal. Because of this wide variety. It's a variable, right? There's way more variables involved with the normal raids. And so spending that gold initially to level up your character, which gets you your VIP pass every day to the heroic raids. And I really hope it doesn't end up being that practically all groups just keep bumping up and up and up and up and up the item level requirements. But it's in their best interest to do that realistically. Your VIP pass into the heroic raids once you have a fully geared character basically means you can zug all the way through there super fast. So not only are you getting more per boss, but you're doing it faster, and that's the point, right? It might take you 2 hours to do your full sweep of normal raids, unless you can find a good group. Every normal mode raid you go into, you might have to reform that group because some people are saved for some people drop out, some people are still leveling, some people don't qualify for the next one. Where heroics, it's far more normalized the amount of people you get in there. A full sweep of heroic raids all the way through from Mogush Vaults all the way to Siege of Orgrimmar probably can be done in an hour by 10 people who are just geared to the teeth and just stomp through it, right? It's more bronze per boss and it's faster. It's like a double bubble. So the relative gain is like almost double the effectiveness of doing the normal raids. And this is over and above the people that don't even do the normal raids, right? There is the tier below this. There's the people that just flat out refuse to do the raids or flat out refuse to upgrade any gear. 346 Andys who are going to be stuck doing world content are going to be yet even worse off in terms of like their ability to get bronze. These are all of the players who are heavily focused on doing these world mob grinding farm sort of stuff now, because they're spending all of their bronze on the cosmetics and the collectible items in favor of upgrading their character in the first place. But you get a big boost in available access to bronze when you do start upgrading your gear, and then you get a monstrous level of increase to your bronze when you get geared to the teeth and just ruffle stomp all the way through heroic raids. So it's so this only goes to emphasize that there is good reason to level up your characters. But you're right, that still doesn't really take away the fact that 600,000 bronze to put yourself in this position, 60 hours worth of investment up front to put yourself in this position is really that valuable for most players to do. If you're going to spend 60 hours, you're best off just spending 60 hours leveling a bunch of characters to level 70 and then being done with it, and just ignore the leveling and the overpoweredness and 75% of the game mode. What item level gear does the heroic raids drop? Nothing. Nothing in the game drops gear any higher than 346. To get any higher than 346, you have to spend bronze upgrading it. That's the only choice. So this is kind of like, this is the conundrum that people are sat in right now, and this is one of the strongest arguments against upgrading gear, because 600k to buy you this VIP pass into heroic raids every day. So let's look at it in like simple numbers, right? You can probably get 15 to 20k a day, reasonably quickly a day if you are a 346 Andy. If you're just dinging level 70, you're not choosing to upgrade your gear in any way, shape or form, you can do your daily quests, you can do the one-time bonuses, you can go kill your world bosses, and at that point onwards you're sort of in the range of like, well, you've got to do some world content, so if you want to spend any more time you're going to have to go do a world farm. 15 to 20k a day is the kind of like one-time easy access for you. If you do some upgrades and you start doing your normal raid, a normal road sweep, which is probably going to require you to sort of have 370 to 420 item level gear, is quite easily going to get you somewhere in the region, because you get this. Because don't forget, you can get this by default plus what you get in the raids, plus probably another 25k on top of that. 25k for a full sweep of normal mode raids is probably not too unrealistic. So what you're looking there, like 40 to 45k? Pretty quickly and easily. Sure, it's going to require you a little bit more time because you've got to spend that hour or so doing the raids on top of just doing the daily stuff, but you're getting significantly more bronze per day out of it. Gear capped players have easy access to 60 to 80k a day. Easy access to 60 to 80k a day. Because they can do all of this, and they can do it super fast, and if needs be, you can solo it all, right? That becomes the point, right? You don't need to run random dungeons and stuff particularly. You can get that 15 to 20k, your daily quests. Admittedly, there's the first time completion bonus to take into consideration, sure. But gear-capped players can get 60 to 80k a day easy. They're, instead of doing normals, they're going to do the heroic raids, which are going to give them 50% more default bronze per boss, plus they're going to get it done faster. And once you're gear capped, you've also got the option to do Siege of Orgrimmar on Mythic mode as well. That's going to give you yet more. And the benefit of doing it all very fast, right? So you can start to see that there is value to this long term. It's just, do you want to spend 600k to give yourself that ability? And I think that 600k is a ludicrous amount to buy that VIP ticket, which is what it basically is. To get a character at this point, it's like having a VIP ticket. You stroll into any group you apply to, at least right now. You stroll into any group you want to be in. Not just because I'm a streamer, I can literally apply to any group, and there is no chance I'm going to get declined from any group I put my name to, outside of maybe a Siege of Orgrimmar run on Mythic. But even then, why would they not take a fully geared character? For the 600k, I'd have all of the mounts and transmogs that I want from this event, so it'd be pointless to then farm it after. I mean, that's true. You know, if you don't want a huge amount of all of the collectible items, there's only 500k worth of mounts, full stop. So this is why I think the number for how much it costs you to upgrade your gear is by a factor of 10 off. Honestly, I don't understand why it's so ridiculously high. Why does it cost 600,000? It should cost maybe 200,000 bronze at max to fully gear your character. 600k is mental. 20 hours of effort at rough default 10k an hour acquisition. You could, you know, throw a couple of hours at a day. You'll be done in a week or so. And then you've got then it provides you the flexibility. Do I want to do this again on another character? Do I want to try an alt out before the new expansion? Do I want to use this as a quick way to level a character? Do I want maybe a character going into the war within that I might not have played before? Shall I try that priest that I've never leveled? Should I jump on that warlock? Try that new blood DK that looks kind of funky right now. You know, that becomes an option to you if the journey of leveling them up in this mode is not too ridiculous. Yesterday, a Mythic Siege of Orgrimmar leader group was asking to whisper him your cloak progress for an invite. His requirement was 8k plus main stat on your cloak or no invite. So people are already being dicks about the cloak progress already. It will happen, and I tend not to get too snarky about people that do that with groups because it's their prerogative, right? If their requirements are too high, they're going to struggle more. The higher their restrictions, the more difficult it's going to be for them to fill their group. And if they're putting the time and the effort in to set the group up, that's their prerogative. The game's the game in that regard. So I don't get too annoyed by it, but I like to put forward the idea to people that it will happen. It's a scenario that you've got to be aware of and ready for. If it only costs 200k overall, then the event is done in a month for most players. The cost is high since it's going to last for 3 months. Yeah, but it shouldn't take you 3 months to do it. This is the point. You should be able to comfortably level a few alts to max and get a good chunk of the cosmetic rewards out of this. And that's if you choose to play it for the entire time. It's a sub mode to the regular retail game. It's not an expansion. It's a mini game. It's a mini game within the game. There's no way, shape or form it should require you. This is why I think the spreadsheet guy at Blizzard's got it wrong. They've taken these numbers, they've done the maths, and they've said, okay, what do we need to make things cost, and how much currency do we need to give people to make sure that they are incentivized to continuously play it for the full 3 months, which I think is a terrible, terrible, terrible decision. This should be a dip in and out. There should be nothing wrong with going in here, smashing the pants off it for a couple of weeks, getting all of your enjoyment out of it, getting some collectibles, and then dipping, being on your way. There's a concept known as rubber banding in game development, right? Which is Mario Kart is the best example of this. Mario Kart, if you've ever played, I need to remember who I'm talking to. You've all played Mario Kart, right? Mario Kart has this mechanic built into the game where if somebody gets too far ahead, it gives a speed boost to the people behind. And this is designed so that everybody, regardless of skill level, stays relatively close and it feels like a race. Your grandma can be competing with, you know, the sweaty teenage kids that have played it for 500 hours. That's kind of a gaming system, this rubber banding. It means that nobody can pull too far ahead, as if they pull too far ahead, they're going to get, you know, there's an extra force from behind to bring people in line with their power. This is a concept that retail World of Warcraft, in fact, World of Warcraft in general, uses a lot. Lockouts. Lockouts are the best example of this, right? Your weekly lockouts for your raids in retail determine that no single individual can get too far ahead. You then get catch-up mechanics, which are what pulls people back to those other players as well. There's lots of systems in retail World of Warcraft to make sure that everybody kind of moves at a similar pace. If you play 2 hours a day or you play 10 hours a day, your progress by the end of the season can be seen as like relatively similar. There's no rubber banding in Remix. Literally, it's a simple rule. The more you play, the more powerful you are. So if you play 60 hours in a week against somebody that plays an hour a day, it is no surprise there's people running around that are 10 times more powerful than other players. Because there's nothing in the game that is designed to balance people's player power. You're on your personal journey, and the more time you throw at it, the more powerful you get. And there seems to be nothing that's going to ever stop people from just keeping on going forward. Haven't they just fixed the cloak so it now caps at like 2 million or something? The cloak is now actually as unlimited as you could feasibly get it. There'll be some sweat lords out there that will see it as challenge accepted, but the cloak is now being kind of like uncapped again. So people can go and do silly things. They can grind out their cloak as much as their hearts desire nowadays. But it means by the end of this event, you are going to see some people that are just, you know, tanks, raid bosses in and of themselves. Should be possible to solo Mythic Siege of Orgrimmar at some point. There's no realistic reason why not. But, oh my god, I don't even want to know how much main stat you're going to need and how much git. Because you got to remember, things like crit and haste and stuff, for the most part, have pretty aggressive diminishing returns. It's your main stat ability that translates to damage. But yeah, in theory, if people have been able to get pretty goddamn powerful after 2 weeks, in 10 weeks, those same players could potentially be 5 times as powerful as they are now. People who are doing 5 million DPS plus now could be doing 25 million DPS in a few weeks' time. And I don't know how the scaling works when the numbers get really big. When you're 100% crit capped, your haste is through the roof, your verse is absolutely flying. It could be quite funny to see. But all of this leads me back to my initial argument that 600k is a ludicrous number to upgrade the gear. And it's very baffling that they've decided, you know what, we're not budging on this. Very baffling. Was this the post? No, where was it? I mean, it does lead nicely into the concept of the unlimited power, yes. But I think players are so used to having this rubber banding in place to not normalize, but to... I don't think players of World of Warcraft are used to playing in an environment which is not fair. I think that's probably a good way of describing it. Mists of Pandaria Remix is not fair. Somebody that can play 10 hours will be 10 times stronger than somebody that's played for 1 hour. Fact. It's not fair. This isn't a fair game mode. Retail has so many systems in place to create at least the illusion of fairness. Lockouts on a weekly basis, limiting caps on like gear that you can get, limited caps on upgrade tokens you can get, slowly incrementally increasing that cap week on week, so only people can, people all edge forward at the same sort of pace. I've been a big advocate long term for removing a lot of these sort of these artificial restrictions on your progress. Time gating is what I often refer to it as. But Mists of Pandaria Remix is not a fair game mode. That, all of the leashes have been removed and they've just said, right, players go at it. Like, go get strong. It's kind of contradictory to the fact that they keep nerfing shit left, right, and center, which also is a touch confusing. But the point is that, like, yeah, just go get strong. Do it. Go for it. And I don't think players are used to this. I think they're so used to this, like, semi-fair play style in an MMO that when all the rules are off the table and all of a sudden you realise that, shit, there are people out there that play the game 18 hours a day and they will get absolutely tanked in 2 weeks. Thank God there's no PvP mode in Remix. Jeez Louise, can you imagine what the uproar would be if there was PvP in this mode? Sheesh! It would be wild. Looking forward, we want you to know that we do not plan to change the bronze cost of upgrading gear. Such an odd choice. Such an odd thing to turn around and go, we hear what you have to say. We'll continue to read all of your feedback, but we'll actively ignore most of it. $5 million DPS ripped me for rolling a rogue, can't get past 1 million. I've seen rogues do some silly numbers. Maybe some specs work better than others. I do understand that rogues are not performing particularly well in Remix. I've not seen many rogues. I see so few rogues nowadays. Rogues used to be everywhere. Little stabby boys used to come at you from every angle. You see very few rogues nowadays. What happened to all the rogues? They all went and played Classic, that's what they did. Where rogues were god tier. Increase in bronze between heroics from normals, pretty poor. It's only 50% extra bronze. But from my perspective, the fact that you can just absolutely dumpster the content, you have to, when you're doing normal runs, well, put it this way, heroics with a 420 item level restriction means everybody's doing 1 million DPS. And bosses fall over. Like, it's just a case of, like, it's almost not worth using ward because the boss lasts 8 seconds. No PvP mode, so surprisingly not many rogues. Could be it, right? It could be it. Maybe they're all off. Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe people looked at this and was like, no PvP, nah, no rogues. There's probably some truth in that, you know. And also, like, for players who primarily wish to gather bronze and acquire some of the cosmetic awards available in the Remix, many options have emerged. We're seeing some players level up multiple alts for the 40,000 bronze available from quests at level 50, 60 and 70, whilst other players are mainly focusing on earning bronze with multiple level 70 characters doing queued content and repeatable daily quests and activities. No! Most people are trying to absolutely smash face on against world mobs for 14k an hour. It's like, No, Blizzard, we're not stupid. We can see what people are doing. Look at the group finder. Look how quickly you've had to get your nerf bat out. Because everybody's doing these hyperspawn farms. They only slide this paragraph in as a way to say, oh yeah, by the way, this is what you probably should be doing. Yeah, I know they've nerfed that. It's a soft nerf to my understanding. Welcome in, Lozanne. Good morning to you. It's a soft nerf, I believe, in terms of the fact that it's not completely dead, but they've just slowed down the respawn rate. Your kills per hour is not going to be quite as lucrative. Oh, they've nerfed the threads on them. Is that what it is? Bronze is the same. Now got less competition because there's barely any threads. Threads are nerfed, okay. Which basically means it's you're less, because you've got players, you've got max geared players who would use it purely for the threads. So if there's no threads, they don't care. My secret farm is still untouched, and it's the best farm out there at 50k plus per hour. Okay. It's still a faster source for bronze than even raiding, to be honest. I tried it this morning. Is it still juicy? Is it still... Should we go poke our nose over there and have a little look? I mean, there's a fraction of the mobs for starters. I guess it probably takes some time to trigger the hyperspawn on it. Yeah, there seems to be a fraction of the mobs now. Well, they do still drop some threads. Okay, already seems to start ramping up with only a couple of us here. Yeah, it doesn't seem that much different in all honesty. Obviously, none of this matters until you're actually pumping it in a group properly, but because it's the 7 other people that are also killing things. This is one of those. See, the nerf on this is actually just basically that it's now not so much something that you can just stroll over here and do it solo. It seems as if it's going to be more than likely something that you are absolutely going to have a 2x4 setup for just maximum kills per hour again. I mean, I know that's true for most farms. Yeah, I mean, this was not a great one solo anyway. Like, it was super duper useful to be in a group. The threads are definitely heavily diminished, though. It was throwing threads left, right, and center yesterday. So yeah. Adjusted, but not... in all irony, it's kind of like the frogs. Nerfed, but not dead, right? You can still go kill frogs, by the way, which I think is very humorous. That even with rollbacks and, you know, all the such, you can still go kill frogs, and frogs is still a good way to get bronze. Relative to what else is out there now. You can still kill frogs, it's just they don't drop the lesser charms. It's still viable in those regards. Yeah, you just need a group and you just need to hyperspawn it, it still works. Can't tell you where the farm is or it'll be on Reddit in an hour. But it has not an easy setup. It means you need 2 groups to kill separate mobs to trigger the hyperspawn. Okay. Like I said, I don't chase after these farms in the first place. I can honestly care less. I try my best to not do them. You know the best part of Pandemonium is being able to transmog upgrades for free. That's true. I've noticed actually my gloves are wrong. I spotted this in a thumbnail I made yesterday and then couldn't be bothered to go change it. There we go. Where's me red gloves back? So yeah, the TLDR to my nice little morning coffee rant is quite simple. I still think the upgrade costs are wildly over the top expensive for what this game mode presents. If it was 60 hours of play and it was like an expansion level feature and it was going to be here for 2 years, cool. People do it at their leisure. People do it when they want to do it, right? But this is a side hustle. This is a mini game. This is a keep yourself busy until something better comes along kind of mode. There is no... I was more than happy to do it once, but I'm wrestling with the problem that I both have the desire to do it again on other characters, but at the same time, I know what is ahead of me. I know it's just simply killing the same raids and doing the same things again for 60 hours to get another character to that point. The appeal of doing it the second time is diminished greatly. Meaning you've absolutely, definitely going to have no desire to level alts in this mode, past just dinging them at level 70 and using them for like some quick early bronze gain every day, which is weird. It's so odd. No, you don't have to max out all the characters though, but the truth is that a fresh level 70 is a wet noodle still. It means you have to throw 100k, 200k bronze at that character before it surpasses feeling like a wet noodle. Which means if you do start playing an alt, by the time they ding 70, they're still weak and you still feel obliged to spend a whole bunch of that leveling bronze on getting them to a point where they actually feel like they work properly. Fresh level 70s are still a horrible place to be until you've got a few thousand threads under your belt. Alts are 10k a day transmog farmers. Yeah, literally, that's it. Yeah, you level them to 70, you log them off, and then you do 3 daily quests, and then you log them off again. I'm of the opinion that if they're going to keep this 600k cost to level up a single character, while I personally think that's way too goddamn expensive, it should be 50%, 70% cheaper if you wish to do it again on an alt. Some people have already said, why is it not an account-wide upgrade system? And there's part of me that thinks that that's actually almost too much of a discount. A 95% discount for your alts is a touch crazy. Because that just removes the progression completely. I think there is a happy medium somewhere in between those two numbers. I think a couple of days of regular play, like a week of regular-ish play, should get your character gear capped. It's only a mode that's here for 90 days. Honestly. Make the alt gear leveling like 50%, 70% cheaper. I'm still convinced Spreadsheet Guy's just got his numbers wrong. When there's 1 month left, they'll make changes. At the moment, they can still see that a ton of players are playing and willing to spend time on it. How many raid lockouts does it take to get quote-unquote fully geared in retail? 7 or 8. So that's a week of farming raids in Remix. No, because you also forget that in retail, it's seasonal. It's 1 raid. You can't really draw that many comparisons between the two. They're so fundamentally different in how they work. You can't really compare the retail experience. The only thing I tried to point out with retail is that there is so much time gating in place in retail to keep people close to each other. It's more to prevent sweaty 18-hour-a-day degenerates from pulling too far ahead. In retail, they can do that, but the way they do that is by having 5 alts and by being an ATT collector in their downtime, If raids on Remix were there only once a week with 7 times the rewards, maybe, then there'd be nothing to do for the rest of the week. Yeah, this is it. You can't really draw much comparisons between the two because they're fundamentally very different. But like I mentioned earlier, it feels to me like quite heavily that the mass majority of people playing this game are traditionally retail players. I don't think Remix is going to have had that much of a pull from people who are interested in Classic, mostly because Classic has got quite a lot going on itself now already. It's just had Kata launch. If you're a Classic fanboy predominantly nowadays, I don't think you're playing this. I think this is purely, or maybe not purely, but very heavily swayed towards your more retail type player, and those retail players are very used to systems being in place to keep things relatively fair. Catch-up mechanics here, there, and everywhere, like seasonal resets, so that you can never get left too far behind if you take a break. You can only kill a raid boss once a week, but if you get unlucky with the loot drops, at least at the end of the week you get a vault and you can choose something that's to your liking. These are all mechanics that are designed in video games to keep all players roughly at the same sort of power level, assuming they're doing the similar sort of content. All hands are off in Remix. Like, if you want to farm bronze 18 hours a day and get max geared in a week, you go do you. But it does mean those players are quite literally going to be 10 times as powerful as anybody else. And Blizzard seems to both be happy with that as a playstyle, whilst also simultaneously trying to hamstring those players from getting too far ahead at the same time. It's very contradictory. What they do and what they say is completely opposite right now. That's the crazy thing, right? What they're doing and what they're saying is in stark contrast to each other. And that's clearly why a lot of people are like, what's going on here? It's hella fun though, that's the thing. This is why I'm wrestling so hard with, do I level up another character and do I gear up another character? For the simple reason, it's really goddamn fun. It's super duper mega fun. I should be leveling alts right now. I should be working on my overall bronze value to get all of the collectibles. But I am yet still running around like a god on my hunter because it's fun. And I want to have that level of fun on other characters. But I know that there's a 60-hour path I have to walk down to do it again on another character, which I can't quite stomach, even as somebody that gets to play this game as much as they humanly want. It's the rock and a hard place situation. Do you think you should be allowed to send your bronze between your own characters? That would alleviate the problem, I think. I think that would definitely be helpful. They've also created themselves yet another problem with that, though, is that it's already being figured out that you can get level 70s in sub 3 hours. Like, the leveling speed is starting to get ridiculous, and this is only 2 weeks into it. Like, I'm quite sure people will optimize the crap out of this, and we'll have outrageously fast level 70s. And now that they've decided to give every alt 40k bronze for hitting level 70 on top of any bronze that they acquire on their journey to 70, resulting in the best part of like 60 to 80k bronze on a level 70 character. If you get to transfer your bronze from one character to another, people will just get a level 70 character, level a bunch of alts, they'll level 5 alts, they'll pool all of the bronze onto that main character, power spike it, and they'll do that in 2 days. So this is why these band-aid, knee-jerk reactions to what's going on, these quick, easy-to-implement fixes, only go to cause more problems later. That they can't fix something more fundamental because they've put band-aids in place that are then going to have a knock-on effect if they try and change something else. It makes the spider web a bit more messy. Holden has done it 2 hours, 54 minutes for level 70. Yeah, see, that guy knows what he's doing, right? I already suspect that sub 3 hours is not going to be difficult, I don't think, on a tank or a healer spec. If you're comfortable on a tank or a healer class, a sub 3 hour level 70 should be very achievable. It's basically a heroic dungeon spam. You heroic dungeon spam, you heroic dungeon spam, you heroic dungeon spam, and then when available, you go run the normal mode raids. And by the time you've run the first 3 raids, you've got a juicy 400% cloak, and you pop all of your XP tokens, and bish bash bosh, you've got level 70. That is potentially a cheese, though, that could be hotfixed. But even then, it takes a sub 3 hour leveling speed to probably only taking an hour more. The XP in the mailbox thing is kind of like clever use of game mechanics. It's a bit cheesy to just not pick it up and let it go into your mailbox and collect it later when it's arguably worth more to you. Something that I do suspect they'll look at and they'll go, oh god, we can't have this. We can't have players leveling too fast. Quick hotfix, patch, band-aid. And they'll slap something in place to fix it, which once again will only then cause more problems later. It seems to be the trick with this. Better turn off auto loot, yeah? Yeah, that's literally, you can shave an hour off your leveling speed by just turning auto loot off. That's why it's probably going to be deemed by Blizzard as a bug, because they're going to claim that it's counterproductive. It's counterintuitive for you to choose to not take the bonus XP tokens. The reason they give you the bonus XP tokens is to level you up more, you know. They're going to claim that it's counterproductive and that it shouldn't be done that way. And so they'll either snapshot the experience on that token when you gain it, so that regardless when you take it out the mailbox, it just is the experience that it is, and at that point pulling them in the mailbox becomes pointless. Or they'll make it so that those bonus XP tokens are no longer pick-upable items, and they'll make it just, you know, a thing from the boss. They'll just they'll embed the experience straight into the experience you get by killing the boss. So you have no choice what to do with it, or when you pick it up. It's going to be easily fixed, that one, and I suspect it will. And so far, every time I've said something's going to be, well, apart from item upgrades, to be fair, day one I was like, these item upgrades are a touch spicy. This will change, and I guess it hasn't. And they're doubling down, claiming it won't. What's the weak ore on the top left of my screen? It's just a daily tracker. You can have the code for it, or once I get out of combat. Daily tracker, that one.
Do you think that undead party made it through in one piece? No,
I don't know. I just think Blizzard are making some very weird decisions. It's early morning coffee talks like this that probably doesn't give me the best reputation with Blizzard. But what are you gonna do? I speak my truth.
Yes, yes, so close. Just a pinch of oops.
Do you see the screenshot I put in Discord of the mailbox experience? Yeah, I did. Yeah.
And maybe some corn. Yes, more corn. Yes. No. Yes. No. Peppers.
But yeah, I think my plan probably for the most part regarding Remix now is I'll do my daily stuff on this dude. We'll probably blast a couple of raids, and then we'll focus on just alts for the day. I'm quite quickly accruing. Like I mentioned earlier, having a fully max level character gives me a VIP pass into nearly any group content I want. Meaning a full sweep of heroics could be very quick and easy to achieve. So this dude is already like 4 days, I think 4 days after having his gear capped is up to 180,000 bronze just in his bags ready to spend. This dude will probably be responsible for buying all the mounts. Once he gets to about 500k, spend it on all the mounts.
You again? Don't you see? I have made a name.
This is why you're not in the alpha. Maybe. Probably not. I'm still pretty convinced that, you know, Blizzard don't even know I am. The fact that I've been straight up ghosted by Blizzard community managers when asking them questions is an indication that either Blizzard don't know who I am or don't want to know who I am. Or both. What in the name is this new shitty human racial? That made me giggle, you know, honestly. Double Hearthstone for humans? It's like, what? It's like, people were just like, this is just a worse Vulpera. They're totally right. I think it should more act like the Vulpera, that if you're going to have 2 charges on your Hearthstone, you should at least be able to set it at 2 separate places. Would have been insane if they gave us 2 different half locations. Yeah, I think that should have been the play, really. Although the argument then becomes that's actually really goddamn useful. Isn't it the same as the Shaman? Can't they Hearthstone twice or something? Yeah, somebody was saying something about Shamans. I don't know. Probably. It sounds Shaman-esque.
We have disturbed what should not have been disturbed. He cannot be free to escape this prison. You must destroy him. Oh, great spirit, grant me the power of the earth. Only knew what horrors await.
My DPS is slowly starting to come back to what I sort of expected it to be. I'm not fully recovered from post Froggy Frog nerf, but I'm mostly there. I think I am definitely now more powerful again than I was pre-nerf. I think I can't remember how much main stat I had in my cloak before nerf. I think it was a little under 7,000 main stat. And we're now over 5 again. But of course I am now fully geared, whereas when the nerf hit, I wasn't quite fully geared yet. I was still 1 item level, 2 item levels, 2 gear upgrades below, I think. But I'm now starting to see daily steady increases to my throughput, which is cool. Do you plan to level the alts mostly on one realm or spread them out across many? I'm probably going to do them all on one realm. I also don't know how many I'll do. Even if we can get them down to like sub 3 hours on the regular, I'm still not entirely sure how many I'll do. My personal approach to this is that I'll play Panda Remix indefinitely until the beta launches, until I get access to the beta. The very day I get access to the beta, see you later Remix. I'm done. I'll cash out. I'll be out of it. And I will utilize Remix to work on ATT percentage, get all of the collectibles, and also have fun, level a bunch of alts, get a bunch of 7s. Oh, this was LFR, wasn't it? This is the last boss. Yeet. Oh, the Hearthstone and Ancestral Recall, which have separate cooldowns. Okay, yeah, so it's basically Shaman mode. Can you have Shaman Hunters? Sorry, Shaman Humans. Does that mean they get 4? I know that's not how it works. I still need to do a random heroic. We need a random heroic here too. Please don't give me that stupid mountain one. It would be 3, but no. Do good at maths, me. All the collectibles requires a lot of setup since weapons are not in ensembles. Yeah, in other words, something I'm definitely not going to do. Mantheus, not Matthias. That's true. That is very true. You are on the money with that one. I'm at the point where I can put most, if not all, of these gems in the bank, you know. I am so close to canning off any of this business and just going full verse. I'm so tempted to just go full verse and forget about it. Let my cloak do the hard work of balancing and hitting caps and stuff. It was fun for a day or two to try and hit crit caps and mastery diminishing returns curves and stuff, but I'm mostly tempted now to just go full big dick verse, which seems to scale far more effectively than haste and crit, and call it a day. That seems like the easy mode. No more worrying to do. Defo go full verse, just solo Dark Animus in 55 seconds. Yeah. Do more damage, take less damage. Everything else will fix itself eventually anyway. I actually think you got to kind of remember that it's only actually your legs and your chest gems that really make that much of a difference. All the jewelry is kind of like a bit meh very quickly. The stats you get on this is like, I've got full mastery in here and it's 1700 mastery. I get more than 1700 mastery from like a single gem in my chest piece. Time to get 35k plus all stats and stack verse with avoidance. Yeah, that's like the real end game. You switch all of your gear out to avoidance as well. Somebody will do it. It's really fun to see just how sweaty and degenerate some players will be. It's the last time we really saw this front and center, or the last time I really experienced like degenerates doing degenerate things, was the guy that maxed his engineering dragonflight points in like 2 weeks or something stupid. It was like, oh my god, how much dirt farming have you done in the last 2 weeks to get like 500 dragon shards? That guy farmed. But he was then done. He was like, GG, done. Call it a day. Never have to worry about a single dirt pile again. Wasn't it bugged first week to get infinite shards? No, it wasn't bugged. Like, this was I believe this was a massive misconception. It wasn't bugged. It was simply that nobody else saw the dirt piles. Because you had to get dragon scale expedition rep up to a certain point. Did I die? How the... What hit me to kill me? Oh, I wanted to see the recap there. What happened to me? What did I get hit by? It won't let me look because I'm still in combat. Lightning trap hit me for 3.1 million nature damage? How did that one-shot me? I've got nearly 6 million health. Okay, whatever. Odd. Maybe it's just a one-shot mechanic. And it doesn't matter what's going on. A one-shot mechanic in a scenario? Sheesh. Yeah, it wasn't that dragon shards were bugged. It was the fact that people had absolutely 100% free access to all of them way before anybody else knew what the hell they were. I, on the Dragonflight beta, was utilizing... I was looking at the Dragon Scale Expedition rep, and I was figuring out all of the dirt pile stuff before Dragonflight went live. And when I was the only one on the PTR flying around picking up dirt piles, I was literally going boing, 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 boing. There was never not a dirt pile on my screen. That's how many dirt piles there were. And in the first couple of days of the launch of Dragonflight, players that got there first, the early bird caught the worm, right? It meant that some people had maybe only a matter of hours, maybe at best a day or two, but they could literally fly around and just collect hundreds, if not thousands, of dirt piles. Soon as everybody else caught up to them and started doing the same thing, then surprise, surprise, there wasn't as many dirt piles going around. And so it felt like some players had like a bugged instant respawn or something for them. It wasn't. It's just like mining nodes. They had access to all of the mining nodes without any other miners on the entire server, for example. Yeah, early bird catches the worm. Those who put the effort in nice and early tend to get the biggest payouts. For reference, there's flipping dirt piles again in the new expansion, by the way, so get prepared for something similar. From what I'm led to believe. Yeah, dirt piles aren't going anywhere. Whether we need to be farming them for dragon shards or not particularly is still up for discussion. But they exist. They're a thing. On the base, in fact, no, I tell a lie, actually. It has actually already, by a reputable source, been confirmed that you are going to be digging up dirt piles to get knowledge points each week again. So yeah, expect that in your future. I mean, they copy-pasted the rest of the profession system. Why wouldn't they copy-paste the knowledge point acquisition? What I will say is it's going to make putting a guide together for it a little bit easier. On the basis that I know exactly how it's going to work. I just need to figure out the logistics behind it. New expansion's looking like a Dragonflight DLC. As far as professions are concerned, yeah. Can you just copy and paste the guide from the Dragonflight one? Unfortunately, probably not. There will be, you know, some subtle changes, but the main concept is going to be pretty much the same, I believe. Copy pastiest. Try not to. It is going to mean that those that played with Dragonflight professions to some degree will have a leg up this time. Because you'll it took players flipping months to get their head around the new profession system, and there's still people today that haven't got a clue what's going on with it. So at least going into the next expansion, hopefully people's base level of understanding is better. That doesn't make a blind bit of difference for new players, but new players are always playing catch up, so. And in theory, with them sort of removing some of the RNG from professions, it should just feel, you know, it should be more acceptable to players. Marketing spend on this expansion should be really big. First expansion of a saga with Metzen doing the story. We've got to get buy-in from some old players. Blizzard spend an astronomical amount of money on marketing for the retail expansions. This is why I think we are both going to get beta relatively soon, and I think we will get an expansion release date at the same time. I don't think they're going to mess about too much. If they want to hit that, late August, early September expansion launch, they're going to have to get going ASAP, right? Because the marketing for the new expansion there'll be a 3-month strategy in place for the marketing without question. They don't fuck about with the marketing on the new expansions. They're not particularly great with major patches and stuff like that, but for the actual expansion launch, there's no messing about. Big bucks gets thrown at making sure millions upon millions of pre-orders go in. They got that BlizzCon budget. Well, yeah, we're not doing BlizzCon. They've got some extra money to spend. Whether that gets funneled into marketing, I doubt it. But I would also go as far as to say BlizzCon expenditure is a drop in the ocean compared to what they spend on marketing a new expansion. This is why their expansion launches cannot fail. They cannot fail because the money they throw at it ahead of time is astronomical. Early beta free marketing from YouTube. Well, if they actually do the honest and decent thing and give everybody that's pre-ordered the Epic Edition instant access to the beta, Yeah, that will be a big thing. That they'll get you know, free earned media galore off the back of that. Oh yeah, I was going to put all these gems in the bank, wasn't I? I'm sick to death of running around with a bag full of gems.
Welcome, friend.
That said, I don't have a particularly convenient place to put them all. And my OCD still dictates that they go in the right order, which is order of usefulness. Other than the basic ones, which we'll slam together. Why do you keep so many items in the bank? It was just, most of it was just my early epic gear from doing my first few heroic raids. Mostly because at that point I didn't strictly know exactly how I wanted to itemize my gear, and I knew I wanted to do so. I wanted to play around with leech builds and speed builds and this sort of stuff. That was before I realized there was strict caps on both speed and leech. Fun police. I wanted to build like a fully decked out maximum speed on everything, speed gems kind of build. And yeah, apparently speed being capped at 49%, which can easily be achieved from just your cape, kind of boring. No options to go super Saiyan mode. You know, insert Sonic meme here. So actually most of this bonus gear in the bank can probably go in the bin. What I've got here is all of my 556 blue gear, just for prestige really more than anything else. I've upgraded all of this to epic, replaced all of this I should say with epic gear. TLDR, there's not really much reason why I have it all, I just do. There'll come a day, presumably, where I might care about something and do something about it. All of these weapons, for example, I should just nuke them and turn them into bronze, but it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, what do you want?
Keeping a clean inventory has never been my speciality.
You seek answers. Protect the truth.
What do you want? Seek the truth. Looking for something special?
Alright, there's the daily stuff done. Did I do normal and heroic for both of these? I did, right, okay. So that's all of the easy peasy, lemon squeezy stuff out of the way. It's taken me way longer to do it today than it does most days, but I've been yabbiting on. Oh, yeah, that's a point. Do I want to just stack verse to the hills and call it a day? I think I do. Maybe I do that now. Have I got enough verse gems to actually do that? What do you need? 21 verse? Oh, I've actually got 3 in my necklace already, so I don't even need 21. What's that? Or 21 in total. How many verse gems have I got? 19? Okay, that should be enough to just put verse everywhere, right? Slow down. Get rid of all of this mastery rubbish. Get that off our cape. DPS will probably drop a little bit by doing this short term, but long term it'll be a win. Crit gems? Where the hell have I got crit gems for? Get rid of you. Speed gem? Get out of here. Maximum verse. Was the nerf to ward, is it bad? It's actually, doesn't seem to have made a blind bit of difference. From what I can gather, early reports seem to be that, yep, still absolutely slaps. So I don't know what they really have changed particularly with it. Other than it goes off after 8 seconds instead of 10. Which actually is, you know, it looks like a nerf, but it's actually a buff. Because if you've capped it, you've capped it. You just want it to go off. So yeah, I don't know. The full ins and outs of the nerf, the ward change, I don't quite fully understand. But the TLDR is that it doesn't seem to have made a blind bit of difference. It still slaps. Trick now is to use Lifestorm with the Tinker Searing Light. That's apparently pretty good, yeah. Why did that one not go in there? There we go. I guess we can move all of these down a bit now. Keep more inventory space. I don't really know why I keep all of my Tinkers and everything in my bags as well, but it just means if we're on the fly and want to switch something out, we can do it. What's this? Volatile orb? Get out of here. Ward lives there. Bonus extra potions. Just delete them. Delete them. Bees. I don't need bottles of bees. Stupid yak tuft. Random ass quest item. Another random ass quest item. Right, okay. That's as clean as my inventory is ever going to get. Quite literally as ever it's going to get. What's in my mailbox? Odds on this being a tuft of yak fur. What? Why did I get a pug in the mailbox? Hello? Dear very patient individual, we'd like to recognise your tenacity in running dungeons with people you probably haven't met before. Hopefully you've even shown some rookies the ropes in your pickup groups. In short, we heard you like pugs, so here's a pug for your pug. So you can pug while you pug. Or something. Hugs. Your friends on the WoW dev team. The fuck? Sure. Flipping hell. What's this one? Oh, loot. Right, well, see you later, Perky Pug. I wonder if at this point on I just nuke all of my gems. Probably. It's a phishing mail. Manthy definitely has no friends on the WoW dev team. Send it back. Give me it. I'll swap this for alpha, please. Yeah, I should have done. Return to sender. Sorry, you've delivered this to the wrong address. You seem to assume I give a damn. Okay. I want to level another hunter. I'm going to do a hunter just because the process for today is leveling and figuring out numbers rather than optimize speed. Do you think pre-patch starts after remix or simultaneously with remix? My guess is with remix ending August 19th. I find it very hard to believe that's not the date for pre-patch. It just seems a little bit too convenient for it to be anything else, really. How do you do a shit ton of damage? Spend a shit ton of time upgrading your gear. Spend 600,000 bronze on upgrading your gear, then you can do a shit ton of damage. Ward is dead since 2 AM. Nerf went live during a Siege of Orgrimmar heroic run. I've heard different. I've heard reports that Ward is still absolutely slapping. Although, there is the concept here, is that the hotfix notes could have gone out before Team EU's patch actually went live. Meaning early reports on Ward not actually being that nerfed could be because it was actually still pre-hotfix. I don't know. We are gonna make, I don't know, what we're gonna make. Somebody that can do hunter business. A troll hunter. A troll hunter. Not Criparian. Not enough characters. Nerf me Blizz. Okay. Nerf frogs. Hey! Nerf frogs the hunter. Right. Go gadget goes. Isn't Volpera going to be more useful with the set camp racials in retail? I don't really pay... like, I know a lot of people think about this sort of stuff. I pay so little attention to that sort of thing. Yeah, you're right. I just don't care. Kind of keen to see how hard Mythic Siege is now that Ward has been nerfed. Well, they... I don't know. I've seen screenshots supposedly post-nerf that is still doing 1 billion plus damage via Ward. I think it's as simple as you just got to use it right. It's more a hunter thing. Sorry, it's more of a healer thing now. I think more than anything else. Right, action bars. Some of you, some of you, some of you. In general, no, where is it? Auto loot off. Edit mode, Mantheus best in slot UI. Next. We need a pet. Come here, student the third. We got student the third. Right, let's go get our cape.
There is more than one way to solve any problem. Change is good.
Give me my cloak. Yoink.
It is an honor, champion.
Is that Healy in the above the minimap? Yes. Yes. Add-ons. Yeah, you're right. Add-ons, add-ons, add-ons. Let's get a group finder quest on the go. Don't need you anymore. Random heroic dungeons. Go. For reference, this isn't about speed, this one. This is all about getting the process right. Add-ons. I should really set a profile for this, shouldn't I? Auctionator off, fishing off, quests off. Can I mog it? Can stay on. Classic numbers off, collect shop off, that off, details on. Gather mate off, Handy notes, dragonfly off. Loot appraiser off. Keep monkey speed just because it's interesting. Narcissus we keep around. Pace can go away, pawn can go away, peddler goes away, pet battle script, see you later. Platter, oh no, we need platter, sorry. Let's get rid of plumber. Postal, rare scanner, rematch, all of this can go. Syndicate is useful, TomTom's always useful, even if it's not doing anything. Oh no, what have I turned on here? Right. Can we make that into a set? Set. Save. Can we rename it? Remix. How'd you get that green suit? It's a store cosmetic. It's a store transmog set. Right. What else do I need to do? Keybinds. Keybinds, keybinds. That's a shift 1, that's one of those. Yep. That means that one is up there. Turtle is shift F. That is shift Q. Feign death is F. Trap, I couldn't care less about. Put pet over there. Revive pet also goes over there. Q for heal pet. Dismiss pet can go over there. And everything else can go in its place. Stupid mount, let's get a proper mount. Polly Roger on probably F4. Favorites on F3. And Wiggly Boy on Z. They're cool mounts. Okay. That's kind of the setup, right? That's the setup here. I don't have to do anything with cloak or any of this shenanigans particularly. Did you finish leveling the paladin? I didn't know. Oh, rings and stuff. Yeah, good shout. I've only got 20 bronze. That means I need to do a couple of quests or kill a couple of things to get the... I need 50 bronze, don't I? Queue for the dungeon will get you the bronze, that's true. I'm in no rush because I don't have any gems yet, so... What I can also probably do is tell Zygor to auto-equip any upgrades. Gear, enable gear advisor, auto-collect quest rewards, auto-equip suggested gear upgrades. Will hopefully mean I don't have to piss around with upgrading gear when I get it.
Yo, have a good one.
So if I open a box now, for example, it should do its thing. What are we meant to be doing here? Right click the armor, socket the gem. One of you. Gets us that, which I actually put on this button. Extract the gem. Boop. Get it back again. Convert 3 into something more useful. Make sure we enter the dungeon. I'm not even going to pick up dungeon quests, you know. I don't think I'm going to pick up dungeon quests. That's... seems counterintuitive. Maybe I will. Why not? We're here.
See you again soon.
Oh, that's not on the right place. Why am I making a... You assume this is my second hunter? I've got hunters galore, my friend. I play a hunter because I know how to play a hunter. And I can do it in my sleep. And I like hunters. This isn't about leveling fast particularly, this is about process, right? This run is a process run. This is me figuring out how many dungeons do I need at what points, and when do I do the raid, and how much bonus XP do I need in my bank, or sorry, in my mailbox, before we pop them all to ding 70 super fast. This is more of like a process run rather than an actual speed run. Once you got the process down, then you just do it faster. And you figure out how to do it faster, but you got to get the process first. Our little test last night showcased that we need to do more heroic dungeons before we pop all our XP tokens, because we left ourselves 18 levels short. So we were admittedly, we were only 2 hours 15 in, so we were making good time. But it was still way too early to pop all our XP tokens. We needed to have done a bunch more heroic dungeons. And I say a bunch more, it's not actually that much more. Because the XP sort of the XP gains get pretty ridiculous on the Cape pretty quickly.
It only delays the inevitable.
What's the goal? Goal is simple. To level alts quickly. It's already been deemed that sub 3 hours is possible. Now, you are going to probably require a class that can insta-queue to do it sub 3 hours. So a healer or tank spec or class. Obviously doing it on a hunter, you are never going to get sub 3 hour runs on a hunter, because I'm going to be heavily hamstrung by the time it takes me to get into the heroic queues. But that's a process thing. You can smooth out that once you're finished. Take the experience thread, thank you very much. This is what we leave. We don't pick up the bonus experiences. We leave those, they go into the mailbox. The XP required for the last 6 levels is really high in relation to the XP given by the XP items. It should still only take a couple of them to do each level though. This is why you want to stack your cape with as much bonus experience as you can before you pop them, to slingshot you as far as possible, as fast as possible. When do you start picking up the bonus XPs from your mailbox? After you've done Terrace of the Endless Springs. So after you've completed your the third normal mode raid, you'll be about level 42-ish. That's when you can, in theory, pop all of your tokens and slingshot you to 70. If you've got enough bonus XP tokens by running enough heroic dungeons up until you get to 42. That's kind of like what we're figuring out today. There's this kind of There's this part here between level 25 and 35, between doing Mogoshon Vaults and being able to have access to Heart of Fear. You want to be running more heroic dungeons, and you want to be stocking up those bonus XP tokens whilst getting the end of dungeon completion bonuses from the heroic dungeons. That's what gives you your experience, and allows you to stack your cloak at a high point at a lower level. Don't you want to time the experiment? Well, my slash blade will do that for me passively. Zygor also tracks it behind the scenes as well. It's just not on the screen. Each level's tracked. But this isn't this isn't by normal standards a speed run. This is a methodology run. We're figuring out exactly what you need to do, exactly how many dungeons I need to do, and at what point. And then once we know the process, then we speed it up. Then we do it faster. But like yesterday, we did it remarkably fast. We got to like level 42 or something. We got to 42-ish, I think it was, after a little over 2 hours. But when we blasted all our XP tokens, we didn't have enough XP tokens to actually get to 70. So we need to stack more bonus XP tokens. We need to spend another hour somewhere. We need to take it a little bit slower, getting to 42. We need to take it a little bit slower to get there by doing more heroic dungeons, stacking a little bit more bonus experience on our cloak, so that when we pop all the tokens, we have a bigger multiplier, and it slingshots us further. That's kind of the plan. Now, the stark difference is going to be the fact that this, I've queued up into a dungeon run, and these are clearly brand new characters. Like, what you don't really want as an alt character, you don't really want to be the one that's supposedly carrying the dungeon. So this is why in an ideal world, you'd do some extra bonus shenanigans, like bring a level 20 twink along with you from a trial account that is just like juice to the hills and practically just runs through and solos the place really fast. How do you stack the bonus XP? Yeah, you just don't pick up the bonus items from the boss and they go to your mailbox. You pick them up whenever you then want them or need them. Oh, hang on. No, we're meant to be doing heroics. Yeah, it's meant to be heroics we do. In between, preferably, you actually kind of don't want to be doing quests. Because you want to spend as much time at a lower level as possible. Because alt characters are at their strongest when they're low level, which is madness, I know. And it's kind of completely contradictory to how you would think an RPG plays. But you actually want to be as low level as possible for as long as possible. You're right. We can go get the jewelry now. Who put a flipping chain there? Come on, parrot, move. Just turned 25 on my first character. Should I try getting a raid ASAP? Yes. Yeah, you want to go do normal Mogoshon Vaults as fast as possible now. As soon as possible. Because every boss in there gives you a bonus 12% permanent experience.
Let us speak.
One of you. One of you. One of you. Hang on, what have we got going on here? Amulet. Why didn't Zygo put the trinkets on? Almost.
I won't be far.
Same scenario. We probably want to pick these up, just not hand them in yet.
Do not share what I have.
Hand them in at 70. Get them done on your journey to 70, though. You'll be doing dungeons and stuff. Squeeze a scenario in there somewhere. So yeah, we're now at the mercy of queue times, really, because we're playing DPS. If for some reason you don't have your cloak equipped, the bosses will not give you the 12% bonus XP thread. Really? Okay, that's odd. And I can't say I'm that surprised, but it's odd all the same. It definitely shouldn't do that. Just use the default starter build for hunters.
Class dismissed.
Oh, flipping hell. Okay.
Your soul cannot withstand my power. I can never die. This cannot be!
Level 36 didn't do that yet. Yeah, your first character, it's an obvious and easy thing to accidentally not do because, well, it's your first character. I mean, your first character, I wouldn't worry about it too much. It's a slow process to get to 70 on your first character. I'm sure you can optimize it, but you'll optimize the fun out of it. Just have fun on your first character. Don't worry about doing sweaty stuff. Your first character is going to be weak for quite some time. It's kind of against the mantra of the entire game mode, honestly, but your first character is weak for quite some time. Somebody said the biggest shadow is the one that actually has the boss on this. I can't see any difference in the shadow. Maybe it's because I have my game settings on max. If you lower your game settings, maybe it's more apparent which one's the actual boss. Maybe there's a life hack there that I haven't used.
Dizzy?
Or maybe I just straight up don't understand what the bigger shadow thing means.
Death hurts. Unreal.
My dear, it appears we have visitors. Friends of yours, boss?
You there.
Their deaths only serve to empower my summoners further. What's the matter, boss? Getting tired?
There's an add-on as well that marks the correct one. Is it? Oh, does Deadly Boss Mods just mark the right one from the word go? Okay. I've never bothered with things like DBM. I know a lot of people use it, but
You should embrace
I don't do enough endgame content historically to have installed it. All of the dings and extra bonus noises just annoy me. I know they're there for a reason to alert you to shit, but it just becomes white noise, I think, to most people.
Come, boss. Your fate awaits.
Unfortunately, it's not white noise to me. They just annoy me. What's this troll passive ability that I should be pressing? Oh, increases your haste by 10% for 12 seconds, berserking. Oh, everybody dinged, I didn't. Aw, I missed the ding party. Sad. So sad. I don't have any good abilities yet. Super weak sauce for a minute. Where the flipping up? What's going on here? Where's old Spuddy fella? He was doing all the zooms earlier. Now he's slowpoke. Are we literally all like nothing burger characters? 18, 70, 32, 22. This is where if you are really looking to do this speedily, you need to configure some way to get yourself pumped dungeons.
I am the Dark Master. I command the
Because this sort of shit isn't going to get you anywhere fast. While heroic dungeons are lucrative, you want like sub 4-minute dungeon runs preferably.
on our guests. And
I can't fight him.
Nothing to stop you from doing questing and queuing them up to complete them when you pop the mailbox. That is true.
it is time for
Yeah.
transformation.
Stacking them later just means if you're left short, if you end up at 68 or 69 or something, having a quest log of quests to hand in is probably a bonus.
Leave me to die.
Righteous Fury is horrible in raids, constant low health. I know people love it. I know the haste boost is really useful, but I would have to agree that I flippin' hate that goddamn thing. It's a kiss curse, Tinker, and in my opinion there's too much curse, not enough kissing going on. On my max level character, the extra 7% haste, don't care. Genuinely don't care. Stop pissing about with my health bar. What level do you start opening your mailbox? Well, the plan of action is around level 42. But it's more dependent on how many dungeons you've done and if you've cleared the first 3 raids. The TLDR is basically by the time you finish the first 3 raids, you should be about ready to open your mailbox. The way we did it yesterday was we sort of opened our mailbox in parts, right? So when you do Mogoshon Vaults at level 25, you don't get to 35 by doing Mogoshon Vaults. What I did yesterday was use some of my mailbox juice to quickly get to 35. What that resulted in, though, was that we then didn't have enough juice in the mailbox when we opened everything at 40-something to get all the way. We kind of used too much of the juice too early on. So we're going to have to, instead of using some of that mailbox juice to get from 25 to 35, you're just going to have to, you know, spend a bit of time and do more heroic dungeons. I don't know exactly how many dungeons it's going to be, but you just want to do more heroic dungeons. The TLDR is you just do the raid as soon as you have access to it. And the rest of it, heroic dungeon spam. With TSM, you can check how many tokens you have, so I can tell you when the tokens are going to take you to 70. You've been doing some spreadsheeting, right? You've been figuring out what the tokens give you at different levels or something. I hear through the grapevine. In fact, I think you just straight up told me. That said, I don't have TSM on right now. So it's probably not tracking this stuff very well. The advantage of being DPS as well is that I might be able to get a quick bathroom break in before the next dungeon pops. Back in 2. Damn it, give us words on stream. You lot are too good at words on stream. We can only do words on stream if I'm actually going to be genuinely away from keyboard for like a good 10 minutes plus. You guys are far too good at that damn game. It takes forever. And I don't want to cut you off halfway through. That's just mean. Give him a year or 6 to become better. Then stay away. And that also works, I suppose. Improved kill shot. Interesting choice. Post haste. Also interesting choice. Pick a different language than English. Oh, that's true. People might fall apart very quickly if we tried to do words on stream in, like, I don't know, Kazakhstanian or whatever they speak. pick something completely random. That's probably not a language, is it? I don't know why Borat was the first thing that came into my head when I thought about foreign language. Door of Shadows? Yeah, no thanks. Might as well use them, no reason not to. Stack verse to the hills. Only verse gems. Bit of speed. You got any speed gems? Give me some fasters. Give me some move fasters. Bit of leech. No, I'm joking. Let's go crit, haste, whatever we got. No? No more gems? What was with the button? Why can't I press this button? I wish I could send gems to my main. My ult's got enough to cap out verse on my main. It would be, yeah, it would. It seems another very odd choice is that they didn't let. Whoa, what's going on here? Day since last error 0. We don't need to argue about that right now. Although I do need it to be tracking the times a little bit. Yeah, I do wish they'd. Let us mail the gems about. You can fly instantly in the Jade Forest. I have YouTube chat open as well. It's just YouTube chat is significantly slower than Twitch chat, which means sometimes my eyes don't spot that something's changed.
Something, lads. Attack! Attack! Release!
A lot of the quests have chests, so that way you get gear at level 70, so it's a faster way to start gearing up. I mean, if you've got used to running dungeons up until 70 in the first place, by the time you ding level 70, if you've done a... If you've basically slingshotted yourself from like 40 to 70, yes, you're going to have negative gear for 5 minutes. But go do another couple of heroic dungeons and you'll be decked out in 346 blues within seconds, realistically. Trading requires a lot of trust on others. Yeah, it seems really weird they didn't make the gems bind on account. But there's a lot of things in this game mode that you would have assumed would have been account friendly and they're not. Such as like item upgrade reduction cost. You would have expected that to be an alt friendly thing. We were led to believe going into this that the cloak was going that the cloak was going to be more alt friendly than it is. We would have made the assumption that bronze would have been something that's an account-wide currency, but it turns out it's not. Yeah, it's kind of weird how it got very much sold as a good way to level some alts, and then all of a sudden it turns out that it's sure, you can level the ults, but you can't do shit with them. And we're not going to make it easy for you. It's such weird, such contrasting, contrasting information from Blizzard about this whole game mode. Very weird. It's like the development team didn't really understand the market, didn't talk to the marketing team in any way, shape, or form.
Everything must burn. None stew too shall be charred. Glass.
Well, love that. Is he going to insta-Q again? Is he going to Q us? He's just going to dip. Well, that was quick enough. We can live with that. Can I buy gems at the... No. There's no auction house in this mode at all. That said, you can buy gems. You can exchange bronze for gems, but it's highly not recommended. There will come a point if you play enough that you'll have enough gems anyway. Your bronze is much better used other places. Is this the last day of the drops, or did it end today? I believe today is the last day. They said May 30th, so I'm leaving the thing on screen. There'll be a point today where it will not be a thing anymore, but... So you can buy gems from the gem procurement dude, right? So you can swap out 200 bronze for one of these asynchronized prismatic gems, which is just a random gem. So you need 27 of these to make a single perfect legendary gem. 27 times 200, what's that, like over 5,000 bronze for a single gem? I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't be pressing that button.
Go on. I'm certain you have things to do.
I always qualify for the Twitch drops, but I never get them since I don't want to connect accounts. Why don't you want to connect accounts? What's the harm? Can you put the gems in a guild bank? If you can and plan to make a lot of characters, put the gems in the bank and then swap them like that. That's a good question. Would you be able to put... I don't see any reason why you wouldn't be able to put them in a guild bank. I haven't tried. You can't use a guild bank as a time runner. Oh, you can't access the guild bank even. Oh, okay. So whilst you can be in a guild, you can't access the guild bank. Sure. That fixes that problem. That answers that one. Good try, but try again. The speed one still works. The IMGO is probably not the most accurate, to be fair. Since it actually says use XP tokens from the mailbox to reach 35, which isn't strictly true. Maybe we'll get rid of that for now. Turn that off for now. Where's it gone? Turn that off for now. This isn't really a speedy speed run. This is just, you know, process. This is figuring shit out. Standing around doing nothing is not exactly speedrunner-esque. But this is the plan of action, right? I can, in between queues, I can keep this on screen, I suppose. Zerg heroic dungeons. Turn off your auto loot. Don't loot. I suppose we should probably change this to do not loot XP, bonus XP. Do not loot the bonus XP items. Let the bonus XP item go to the mailbox. At 25, do Mogshon Vaults. About 5 to 10 more random heroic dungeons to reach 35. At 35, do Heart of Fear. Run more heroic dungeons. If not 40. At 40, run normal toes for 48 experience. Open all XP. Open all in mailbox. GG 70 is the plan. Now that plan relies on you doing enough heroic dungeons to have enough juice in your mailbox. This is what we're trying to figure out today, what that number consists of. It's not so much the getting to 25, because that's going to be pretty consistent quantity of dungeons. It's going to be what you need to do, like 25 plus. What cloak XP percentage do you need to be at when you open your mailbox? Mine's at 336. You should be higher than that if you've done the first 3 raids. 6 bosses in the first one, 6 bosses in the second, that's 12. 4 bosses in the third one, that's 16. What's 16 times 12? 16 times 12. 192% plus the 100 you start with, so 292 plus whatever you get from threads along the way. Okay. You're kind of at the point where it might be enough, but this is what, like I said, this is the point which we are still testing. It depends on how many heroic dungeons you've done. It might still be worth doing more heroic dungeons up until about level 50. Then doing a few bosses in Throne of Thunder. And then popping everything. This is what we haven't quite figured out. I'm trying to figure out exactly what we need to do to avoid running Throne of Thunder, honestly. Because normal mode Throne of Thunder is a pain in the ass at low level. You're pretty much only guaranteed 6 bosses. Unless you've got somebody in the group that will both one-shot Duramu and Dark Animus. Because your success rate on those bosses in Pugs is pretty poor. Now, you could take time out of your day to try and teach people how to do it. But it often feels like a lot of hard work in a Pug. But those 6 extra bosses will give you a bunch of extra levels once you're 50, and then you'll easy slingshot to 70. Which is why I think that you don't really need to do a Throne of Thunder at all in this run to get to 70. I think with enough heroic dungeons and enough bonus XP tokens in the bank ready to use, you should be able to get away without doing Throne of Thunder. Oh, I don't have my interrupt yet. So yeah, due to doing this on a hunter right now, the speed isn't going to be great. But the concept here is to try and figure out how many heroic dungeons we need to do to ensure that we have enough XP tokens in the bank to slingshot ourselves to 70. Too socially anxious to make the group myself. Remix is the best time to practice. I get your point. But I would definitely say that Remix is the best time to try and overcome that. Because realistically, you don't have to do anything in Remix. This is it. Like the only thing you're doing is picking the 9 people that come along with you. You're literally not, especially with the first few raids, right? Especially the first few raids, they're just patchwork bosses. There's no mechanics involved. Like the chance of failure is slim to none. So it's a nice entry point, good practice to get you going. I don't even know what good item. You see, you don't need to. This is the point. Like it's almost impossible to not do a normal mode. Trust me when I say normal mode. The first 3 raids, Mogoshon Vaults, Heart of Fear, Throne of Terrace of the Endless Springs. Those 3 raids on normal are probably easier and faster than LFR. You don't need to really know anything. The bosses fall over. There's nothing you need to like worry about particularly. Item level doesn't matter. If anything, the lower the item level, the better, because they're going to be characters that are going to scale more aggressively. It really doesn't matter that much at all. This is kind of the point I try and get across, that putting the groups together for early raids is a piece of piss. There's literally nothing to it. It's faster than queuing for an LFR. It gives you more rewards, and you don't have to do anything extra. Plus, because it's only 10 man instead of 25, there's way less health on the boss. One Frogger turns up, and it's GG. What? Get out of here. Are we going to queue again? Oh, everybody left. What have we got to open here? There's a box. What we got in here? Why do we always get Tyler's Spirit first? That's really boring. Still only got Door of Shadows. Boo. Tinker Gem stuff. Might as well put them on, if it's all we got. Any more verse gems? Apparently not. Slap them in. Film gaps. Started watching the stream from yesterday and you're here doing it live. I guess things have changed, as you were saying. You would probably use a prop pally. Yeah, we used a prop paladin yesterday, mostly because tank, instant queue, right? Yesterday I was trying to just see roughly how it felt and how fast it kind of works. The TLDR from yesterday's stream is that we didn't actually get anywhere near 70. We needed to revise things a touch, which is what we're doing now. So I've gone back to the drawing board. Instead of trying to do it just fast, I'm doing it on another hunter again, because I don't then have to think about playing the class. I can do a hunter in my sleep. But of course it's a DPS class, so my queues are longer. You want to do it on a class that has some ability to press healer or tank, so you get instant queues for your heroics. That's the concept here. And you also need, I should preface, you need to be able to play those specs. Paladin's going to be really good for that. Monk's going to be really good for that. Demon Hunter, because you've got good strong tank. Druid, obviously a great example, can do all 3 specs if needed. Practically always gets insta Qs. So there's going to be some classes that this will work better with than others. Mages are going to have a rough time. Hunters are going to have a rough time. You know, the classes that are pure DPS specs. But the slightly revised version from yesterday is this one. Yeah, we got to level 52 in 2 hours 15 minutes yesterday. If we'd spent another 45 minutes to an hour doing some more heroic dungeons, we'd have gained some more base levels, possibly some more thread experience on our cloak, and then we would have slungshot further when we blitzed everything from the mailbox. So even though this looks like we were miles away, we weren't actually that far away. Low level arcane mage blasts like there's no tomorrow. Oh, they will do. Just shame that they have to queue as DPS. Do you know about the level 20 starter cap? Holy Priest, spamming Holy Nova, proccing Searing Light and destroying dungeons. Yeah. There's extra stuff you can do over and above if you have trial account characters, second account. It's if you are going to do this seriously, it becomes probably sensible. Although I don't know how the general population of player base is going to respond to this, but as it stands at the moment, it's probably going to be smart if you plan on leveling a lot of alts this way to make a trial account level 20 priest that can do just that. Queue up with the character that you're trying to level up, and the priest just runs through and solos everything. You basically carry yourself with a trial account, which I can't help but feels very scuffed. More scuffed than I think Blizzard will be particularly happy about letting it fly for too long. So I also suspect this level 20 trial account business might get some revision. If too many people start doing it. You know, Fun Police will come out, the nerf bat will be swinging. Blizzard have already showed that they are not afraid to swing that nerf bat if people find stuff that's, you know, too juicy. It's going to take an age to get your cloak to 8k threads for your twink, so I abandoned it. If you're running lots of alts, it will just happen slowly but surely. I'm half tempted to do it just because it looks fun, more than anything else. It's not like, I mean, I've got a bunch of accounts just sat there doing nothing that I could make a character on. Don't have to sub to it. You know, it genuinely just looks like a relatively fun activity to me. Why are you up there? No wonder the button doesn't work. It's another abuse of scaling for sure. Well, the terminology is clever use of game mechanic. It's not strictly an exploit. It's not an exploit because you're not like doing anything you shouldn't be able to do. You're just taking advantage of the gameplay systems and combining them together in an advantageous way. You know, it's arguably not that much different than using, you know, a stamina potion so that you don't die as often. You're combining multiple systems together to give you a better chance at doing the thing you're doing. But utilizing an entirely second account, it still feels, you know, sometimes when something is that cheesy, it feels just too cheesy. But I still don't think it's not like an exploit, I don't feel. My exploit detector is usually pretty good. I can generally tell when something's too good to be true. But then again, on that note, I said both that Frogs was super OP and was going to get nerfed, but I equally didn't really expect them to do anything about it, and they did. So it's another example of that Blizzard can make the rules and change the rules whenever they need to or want to. Would doing it with a level 70 with decent gear not be a better way than the trial 20? Believe it or not, it's mostly much of the same. Due to how scaling works, level 20 twink characters with lots of thread power are absolutely shredding. It's a scaling thing. The concept is that because you are such low level and in theory have so little main stats, all of your spells and abilities are way more potent. So they hit harder because you still need to kill the boss. You still need to kill the mobs is the design here. You're still meant to be able to kill the mobs, but what the game hasn't really done a very good job of taking into consideration is that you might actually have a mountain of main stats because of like the cloak. And so actually all of a sudden you are just god tier level OP. Like every one agility I have right now is like a big step up in damage. One agility on a low level character is a lot relative to how much they are kind of by design meant to have. On max level, you need hundreds, if not thousands, of agility before you start noticing much of a difference. Scaling's just busted in this mode. Clearly wasn't tested very much before it went live. What does normal, MV, HOF, and TOES mean? They're the names of the raids. Mogoshon Vaults, Heart of Fear, Terrace of Endless Springs. Normal mode, though, not LFR. Which means you have to either make a group or join a group to do them. But don't let that put you off. That's probably easier and quicker than LFR.
Forgive me for doubting you.
Is it worth doing normal and LFR at level 25? From a time perspective, probably not. No. Probably not.
Let's make
you are in most cases probably better off doing just more heroics. Because I don't believe LFR gives you the bonus XP tokens when you kill the bosses. I think they removed those early on because people were just spamming LFR all day long. They hotfixed out, I believe, the bonus XP tokens from LFR. So the only reason you do LFR is for that 7% bonus on your cape, which isn't worth the time or the effort of doing it, honestly. And yeah, you get 7% per wing. It's not even per boss. LFR is basically just ignore it completely. Can you get to 70 on Remix if you don't have Dragonfly? Yes. Not entirely sure if it's intended, and because under normal circumstances you'd assume it's only 60, but I think it's probably because you don't get these level 70 characters until probably the pre-patch for the next expansion launches, to where level 70 will quickly actually be considered not max level. Why am I not looting the bonus XP tokens? Because my cape is not juicy enough yet. You let them all go to your mailbox. You want to get your the theory is you want to run through the normal raids to get your 72, 72 and 48% bonus cloak experience first. Then you can open all those bonus XP tokens when your cape is not giving you 100% but giving you 300%, 400%. Heavily increasing the potency of those bonus XP tokens. If you pick them up when you earn them, they don't give you much. Like they give you, sure, they'll give you a little bit of a bump, but you want to juice your cloak up first. Oh, that was a nice quick one. I hadn't even opened my bags or clicked any buttons yet. Go on, DPS, press the button. There we go. Interestingly, we're level 21, yet we are still only an hour old. So even with the 5-minute queues for DPS at the moment, because there's so many people doing heroic dungeons, this isn't actually much slower. I mean, you're 5 minutes slower per dungeon. So, you know, if you do 20 dungeons, you're an hour slower, but it's you know, at the end of the day, it's not that much different. You could be doing it faster if you had instant queues by being a tank or a healer. But the reality is it's not going to make a huge difference, I don't think. I don't think you're going to do much more than 20 heroic dungeons during this process.
No, stop! Obey your master!
I think there's even a dragon ride teacher. Oh, for like pre-Dragonflight accounts. Yeah, probably. Oh, that's a good point. Would a trial account that doesn't have Dragonflight have access to dragon riding? Probably not, right? Or maybe it does. Yeah, I hadn't even thought about that. Clever. Hey, we got Slay. That's a useful one to have. Yeah, that's actually a good point. Would they even have a dragon riding mount? Probably not if you don't have Dragonflight. Yeah. So I guess it doesn't matter, does it really? Is this tank gonna insta Q again? What's going on? Are we good to go? What's occurring? No, he's left. There's no point lurking around in a group with just DPS. It's not gonna get us anywhere faster. Random heroic again. So yeah, it's maybe this doesn't actually sort of tell the story particularly well, but you're realistically just running heroic dungeons. There's three things you need to know. Spam heroic dungeons, don't loot the XP items, do the raids the very second you can. By the time you've done the first 3 raids, open everything in your mailbox and you should be level 70. that's like the theory here. If you're a DPS and you have downtime in between queues, maybe do some quests, fill up your quest log a little bit, maybe pick up these daily quests, maybe squeeze a scenario in there somewhere to get those finished as well. The more you have available to turn in means that more leniency you have with if you don't quite have enough XP tokens to hit 70. Where's a mailbox? There's a mailbox around here somewhere. So like for example now, whilst we're only level 22, we should have a mailbox with a bunch of stuff in, right? There's a bunch of XP tokens and all of these. Some other random stuff in here that I must have forgot to pick up. Oh, there's a thread of experience. We want that one. So each one of these has got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. We've got 20 blue bonus experience ones stacked up so far.
No one sends the love letters anymore.
Which, if we were to use those now, would only give us 115% multiplier on them. If we wait till we've done the raids before using them, that multiplier is going to be much bigger and we'll get much more experience from them. Is the theory. Do we have a proper... What's this locus of power business? Channel arcane power for 4 seconds every... It's that one. It's the stat stick one, okay. Tinkers, let's put Slay on. Lightning Rod on. Let's maybe get rid of Cold Front. Let's put Opportunist on. Not that we crit very much right now, but it's probably better than having a little stinky shield. Have we got any more verse gems? I'm just waiting for the dungeon to pop. That's literally all I'm doing right now. Killing time. Doing a 476 siege, everybody's running Life Storm and Searing Light will let you know how hard it is. That sounds like it could be pretty ridiculous. Things are going to melt, I imagine. On retail, if you level via random dungeons, you get a satchel with gear in it. If you save those to open later, you still get the low item level gear from when you earned the satchel. Let's hope XP in Remix is different. Oh no, it already is. We already know it is. It's just about stacking enough of the XP tokens and having enough cloak juice before you use them all. We already know the way the system works. It's just a mathematical numbers thing at this point. Where is everybody? Why is nobody here? Why is nobody doing anything? Remember at 35 to do the Theramore scenario? There's a toy and a tabard or something you get from doing that, isn't there? What's the crack with that? I know it's a thing. I can't remember why it's a thing.
No rest for the angry dead. 'Tis the end of the world. 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 'Tis the end of
Crit one's bad, only works if the mob's stunned. Yeah, I know. It's, I don't have many choices right now. It's better than a stinky shield anyway. It's a removed item, so your only chance is to get it now or never. Oh, I see, okay. It's an hour's work to get a character to 35, so that's easy peasy. Maybe that's a good way to get the to get my scenario done for that one daily quest. Oh, I haven't got my interrupt yet. Have you seen the water blasting transmog for the June trading post? Does it actually shoot water though? Is that what? Because if it shoots water, it's the coolest transmog ever, and I might actually be interested in it. I'm all for my silly transmog. I've been running around in a Murloc suit for 2 weeks. If the water gun actually shoots water, sign me up. Sign me up. If it just look, I mean, to be fair, the fact that it just looks like a super soaker in the first place is quite cool, but... Hey, there's my actual proper...
Think you've come so far, only to perish here. I'll honor you with clean.
Green pajamas, super soakers, exactly. What a combo. Wombo combo, that.
My legend begins now.
Oh, pull boss. Okay, let's go. Okay, Zygel's having a heart attack here with this auto-equipped gear business.
Arise, my champion.
I don't have an interrupt. Okay, somebody interrupted, good.
No grain.
Boom, headshot. Can't do that while I'm in combat. Why am I still in combat? I should have checked it was a heroic. I think it still is. What, we level 24, so yeah, we do need to do another dungeon here. After this one, I think we're going to need to go do a Mogashon Vaults run. I think that's the plan. Oh dear, I pulled aggro. Okay, this looks like a relatively normal group of people. Oh no, we've got a 61 tank. Oh no. Nobody wants a level 60 to 70 tank. Oh dear. Squishy Saurus. Nobody wants a level 60 tank. Sad day in the office.
Keep firing. Let none escape.
So dumb that you get weaker the higher the level you are. So dumb. I can hear some levelism going on here. Yeah, well, shouldn't be so squishy, should they? Tanked a couple of +6s on an ult yesterday, and groups are stacked with high-level players farming aspect crests. Holding aggro was a bigger problem than leveling through stuff. Is holding aggro really an issue in retail these days? I don't do any tanking, so I don't know, but I thought threat generation was so ludicrous these days that it's almost impossible to lose threat. Maybe it's not.
Did you hear something, lad? Fresh meat for the dogs. Attack! Kill them all! Meat for the pack. Release the hounds!
Level 65, level 70, both dead. Tank is level 61. Okay, me and the Warlock are carrying this.
Kill them all!
Move over high level characters. Let the let the level 21 hunter carry. Oh dear. Are we gonna wipe in a heroic dungeon? Oh my god.
Don't just sit
Oh
down
my
and
lord.
let the dogs out.
A wipe? Bad day in the office. Blame the hunter, yep. Clearly the hunter's fault. I get blamed for being a frogger, and then I get blamed for not being a frogger, and a wipe, and then they vote kick you. Oh my god, the level 21 with frogs in his name didn't solo.
Did you hear something, lads? Fresh meat for the attack. Kill them all.
I am legit pulling threat though, apparently somehow, which is quite funny.
Attack. Kill them all. Release the hounds. Don't just sit there. Kill them. Stupid animals. I'll put you down after I kill these weaklings.
Searing and Lifestorm is this broken as ward. Everybody was doing 70 million damage. Oh dear, oh dear. New meta incoming.
No, stop! Obey your master!
So what I love about these little game modes though, you very quickly find that gamers will figure out gamer things, right? There is nothing like this is why the power of public testing is really important. Because what is it? Oh my god! This, like I know I memed at the beginning of this that the tank is squishy, but shit me. The power of public testing, because gamers will do gamer things and they'll figure out shit that a game dev would never have even thought would have been a thing. Oh, we're kicking the healer, are we? Why are we kicking the healer? He's a resto shaman at least. I mean, I'd rather the healer stay around. I'd rather the tank not die instantly. It would be really fun. Isn't actually healing. Level 65 as well. Oh, pet's dead. Yeah, I haven't got the healing meter on, so I can't even see. How do you make separate windows on this again? I've done it before, I can't remember how you do it. Window control. Create window. Healing done. Oh. Sure. No, it doesn't need to be that size. Not just gamers, I was once asked to test a new order interface. Knowing our customers very well, I entered one of each product we sell, and it broke. You are not supposed to enter more than 25 order lines. well, put that limit in then. If you do not enforce it, people will go beyond it. Yeah, like this is also quite a popular thing, right? If you design and develop something, it becomes significantly harder for you to even break it if you try, right? Because you can't possibly contemplate how somebody who doesn't know how the system works will try and use it. And they'll do something you would never, ever, 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 ever have even considered doing and completely brick your system. Good old humans will do stupid things that other humans will never think of. And that's often how most bugs come about and how they're found in the first place. Somebody tries to do something that's ludicrously stupid in the eyes of the person that designed the system, but still doesn't really change things. I would like to point out that we had a vote kick because the healer wasn't healing. I would also like to point out the tank isn't tanking. There's many problems going on in here. Many problems. This is going to be a shit show. This is going to wipe people, isn't it? Can we just nuke his ass real fast? Go on, please die quickly. Oh my god, thank god for Slay. Thank god for Slay. That got us out of a sticky situation. Double experience thread though. Take that. Makes it worth. Yeah, one multi-shot and I pulled threat off this dude. How is... Well, see, this is it. Like, I know I'm memed, but level 60 level 60 anything right now. No good. No good. No, sorry. I think implementing some group protection cheese with a level 20 alt account. It's stacking the cheese on top of more cheese. But if I've learned anything through cooking over the years is that you can never have enough cheese. Does he even have any gear? It doesn't matter. Scaling is so busted at the level 60 plus range. Geared or not, it's not going to make a blind bit of difference. It doesn't really... Stacking... How? Okay. He's got maximum leech gems in his gear. He's clearly traded down gear. Clearly traded down gear. 218% experience. I don't know why this warrior is having such a hard time. I think he's probably just suffering from scaling. General scaling troubles, I think. Doggos, you should know there's always a cheese tax. That's true. With 2 doggos, it's an expensive tax as well. 50k health points seems really low for a level 60. Yeah, I don't quite know what the sitch is with this dude, but he's not having a good time. I'm not entirely convinced it's his fault though. Yeah, don't like anything 60 to 70 is just a bit horrible. This is mostly why this little leveling strategy aims to keep you as low level as possible for as long as possible, so that you can completely skip the like 50 to 60 part, 50 to 60 to 70 part. Because that you just want to get 70 and get some gear under your belt like super fast, or you just want to get to 70. Like, you want to spend as little time as humanly possible playing between the levels of like 50 and 70, because your character is just broken at that point. Alright, thanks but no thanks, I'm out of it. I'm out of it. That was genuinely one of the slowest heroics I think we've done so far. But that does mean we are level 25 now. Who's up for a Mogashon Vaults run? Normal mode Mogashon Vaults run. This is obviously where my little process comes under question, because it's like, oh, streamer benefits. But the only way I could get around that is actually by joining somebody else's group. But that seems silly when I can make my own. Mogashon Vaults, 10-player normal. Sign up, boys and girls, if you're interested. I'm not particularly fussy when it comes to who we take. We did this yesterday with like nobody special, like literally nobody special, and it was fine. Mansplain. Oh, I love that. Love that. Mansplain. A paladin that's willing to do anything. A paladin that's willing to do anything. Truth be told, let's throw you in as a healer then. If you, oh, actually, we've got actually a couple of proper healers here. You can come as maybe a tank. Maybe you can off tank. In fact, I should have sent you to DPS. Let's bring this demon hunter. How many we got? 8. We're already overstacked on healers, particularly. Mogashon Vault with only 65s. That would be fun, wouldn't it? That would be fun. Item level 4? Dude! Level 25 with item level 4? Put some fucking gear on. I said I don't, I did say, can we get one pumper? Is there somebody that's just going to make my life a touch easier? There we go. There we go. And I'm going to take this level 4 just because it's funny. How can you have item at level 25? That's hysterical. Oh, we haven't got class colours. Ugh, disgusting. Options, class colours. You, brother. Indeed. He's probably scrapped everything he's got. Sweaty bronze farming, that's what it is. Note to self, 400 plus item level mounts normal raids. Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah. One item level 400 plus in your group and it's GG. No stress. Insta carry. Right, let's get some people in. Let's get some people in. Let's get some bosses pew-pewed. What's my slash played so far? 1 hour 28 minutes to hit 25. So technically that's slow. You can hit level 25 in about 45 minutes if you get instant queues and don't end up queuing up with absolute morons. But like I said, this wasn't really a this wasn't a speed thing. This is a process thing. So let's see how if we step out of here, I suspect we'll step out of Mogoshon Vaults at probably level 27. Which means we then need to do we need to continue to do heroic dungeons all the way to 35. The risk becomes that we're going to get shit dungeons. We want to hope for like the easy mode dungeons still.
The Morgul held considerable power over the stones of the earth. Their magic lingers on, even centuries later.
No, Ward hasn't been anywhere near as nerfed as Wowhead has made it out to be nerfed, by the way. So you can still use it if you have it. Although if you're not a healer, you're probably not using Ward anymore, I believe. I'm not sure. You can do a second speed test a day, wondering how quick it'd be if you were to do it with a level 27 carrying the dungeons. Or if the process works, then we can maybe try again and just to do it fast. I need to figure out if it actually works first. It probably won't be today though. If we try an actual speed run, it'll be tomorrow. Is my pet dead? Pet's dead.
That door. Tread carefully, lest you wake them.
DPSs are just using Lifestorm with Searing Light and slapping the bosses now. That's it. That seems to be the way. Yeah. They nerfed the scaling last night as well. I mean, they're tweaking and changing a few things all over the place, but apparently it's not made a huge amount of difference. On that note, have I got a proper one of those yet? No. Oh, we've pulled. Let's go. Nuke 'em down. Was the heroic tactic before? Ward, Lifestorm. Get him gone. Right, now we're getting some epic bonus experience ones. Lesser Bonds Cash, Big Dick Threads, which is what we're after. This is where we start to stack our Cloak's XP gain.
To have awakened a spirit of some kind. The stories were true. We have disturbed what should not have been disturbed. He cannot be free to escape this prison. You must destroy him.
Locke doing 7 million DPS, everybody doing 300k. Yep. Yeah, this is why I think they should have had a longer... I think they could have really done... Blizzard could have done themselves a whole bunch of favours by doing a slightly longer testing phase for this mode. That kind of like that one weekend, that 48-hour window where people got to like dive in and have a little bit of a look, was kind of great and all, that it sort of set the foundation that, oh, this is actually going to be quite cool. It feels a little bit sort of Season of Discovery Phase 1, and it feels a little bit like Quality of Life from retail, which is nice. But it wasn't quite long enough for people to really figure out how the game mode worked. And I think it led a lot of people to go into this with completely the wrong idea of what this was about. I think if people had a little bit more time and Blizzard came forward and said that this is like, this is an end game Mists of Pandaria progression replication kind of mode, you know? The concept is that you level up And then you as you gear up, you become overpowered because your gear stacks exponentially rather than linearly, and you should be able to slowly but surely just nuke the shit out of all the raids. If they like told people in advance what you were meant to be doing here, rather than kind of keeping it all a little bit guesswork, the kind of secretism tactic that they used with Plunderstorm didn't really work very well with this one, because it meant people had false expectations going into it. Because I can categorically tell there's still people that don't really realise just how OP ridiculous your character gets if you gear it up. And even those that do have seen the 600k cost and been like, nope. But Blizzard could have definitely helped their own case by communicating it better before it launched. As you gear up and level up, you get weaker, not stronger. Whilst leveling, yes. Once at 70, you start to get pretty powerful pretty quickly. Every item level, every time you do a round of upgrades, so every time you upgrade the item level of everything by like 1 rank, you gain about 30% bonus damage. And by the time you've stacked up that 30% bonus 10, 12, 15 times, you go from doing 50k damage to 4 million DPS. You know, it's ridiculous by the time you're fully geared. The cloak capped at 200k was a joke already from their testing. Yeah, well, they fixed that now. It's uncapped again. Well, 10 million or something. Good luck getting that. Challenge accepted, though, by some people, I'm sure. Game mode's not very streamlined. This is why it could have done with some more testing. It could have done with a round of level 70 testing. Then they would have very quickly figured out, and people would have turned around and go, you know, at level 70 we are a wet noodle, right? And that we get one shot by a flipping anything. And they could have like done something about that before it went live.
What a shame for a Zandalari priest to endure. But it ain't no thing.
I think most people look at the gear upgrade cost and then compare it to like 8 to the mounts, and 8 out of 10 will go get the mounts. Yeah, especially since most people looked at this as like, oh, this is a cool way to get a shitload of mounts and a shitload of transmog. Oh, hang on, what's this gear upgrading? You know, we most people weren't even really aware of how much, or the fact that upgrading your gear with bronze was even going to be a thing. You know, because you get, during the testing weekend, you kind of saw the prices and people looked at it, but there was obviously that kind of, oh, well, this is like a test phase, and nobody going to get to 70 in 48 hours anyway. Nobody's going to be able to test the top end properly. We'll just assume that it works and that it's a thing. Nobody really put 2 and 2 together that it was going to cost you ludicrous amounts of bronze once you ding 70 to continue upgrading. We also would have probably assumed that when you're level 70 and do heroic raids, well, maybe the gear that drops on those heroic raids is much higher item level, so that's where your OP-ness comes from. But once again, didn't know that until it went live because it wasn't tested. Who would have thought testing makes a world of difference, you know?
What is this? I've heard nothing of this, Emperor.
Hit 70 and started getting one shot all of a sudden. Yeah, you are an absolute limp noodle when you ding level 70. This is the weird thing. The game sort of almost forces you into spending your leveling bronze on your first couple of rounds of gear upgrades, just so you don't get one shot. Careful saying OP-ness, because I was hearing other things. Look, if your mind is in the gutter, that's on you, not me. Don't get squished now.
You'll see your mistake soon enough.
Who's gonna get chopped? Who's gonna get chopped? Just hit your milestone of 150k threads. GG, my man, that's crazy. I'm not quite there yet. Soon, TM. Soon. Imagine if a streamer would say these words. That's why it's always smart to use headphones. And it's also why I read messages before I actually read them out loud as well.
The sentence is death.
We all have an inner 13-year-old boy that sees his first boobs. And some of us never get past it. Some of us are eternally stuck in that state. There's not a grown man in here that doesn't laugh at toilet humour.
A secret passage has opened beneath the platform. This way.
And those that claim that they do
Look at the
are
dust
dead
of all.
inside.
These dark halls have not seen footfalls for many centuries.
But they can be so fluffy. What can be so fluffy?
Once the Mogu enslaved all of the
Are we still
races
talking
of
about boobs?
Pandaria and bent them to their nefarious will.
Tend to think they're not necessarily fluffy.
In an eternity of servitude, I hear a faint humming. It is coming from this direction.
Okay, we still haven't dinged 26 yet, so actually killing the bosses in here is kind of weak sauce. So we are going to have to do 5 or 6 bare minimum dungeons. I'm feeling it could be closer to 10 heroic dungeons after this, to ensure that to get to 35, to then go do Heart of Fear. We might then need to do a couple of heroic dungeons after Heart of Fear before we can go do Terrace the Endless Springs. All of those extra heroic dungeons should, in theory, give us that bonus juice needed to slingshot to 70. I'm hoping. I'm hoping today's plan works a little bit more accurately than yesterday's. I don't want to end up at like 64 or something. That's going to be real gross. Trying to learn some of the WoW terminology. What does Zerg mean?
Is unlike any we have seen
To just do something very fast. To Zerg it.
fascinating. I have never heard
To zoom.
anything like this. The Mogu hide their secrets well. This seems to be a terminal control.
Yeah, to kind of ignore any sorts of tactics and just, you know, pew pew. Do as much damage as you can as quickly as you can. At 64, just do the LFR raids with your 300% XP. But maybe, I just don't want to get stuck at like 64, you know. The concept of this really is that you should be, that the goal is to completely skip the 60s, because the 60 to 70 is just cancer. Your goal is to get to level 70 so that you have the ability to drop 346 gear, then do, you know, then do a couple more heroic dungeons whilst actually level 70, get yourself 346 gear, and then decide what you do with that character from then on. And that, in theory, if done efficiently, should have only really taken 3-4 hours max. Hit 65, delete and restart. 69.5, no, not good enough, delete, go again. Nuke the balls, nuke the balls, nuke the balls. Good ball nukage, GG. It came from StarCraft. Zerg could really easily overrun and overpower enemies super fast early game, hence Zerg. To Zerg something. Was it? Is that where it originated from? Was it a StarCraft term? It's kind of one of those just, you know, gamer slang that I have no idea what, like, where it came from or anything, but that's quite cool.
The machine has been destroyed, and so the mogul's power weakens. These discs look familiar, but I cannot place their origin.
Oh, it's a race in StarCraft, is it? The Zerg, okay. Oh, so Zerg is actually like, you know, it's capital Z, right? Okay, I see. Today I learn.
See everything clearly now.
We learn together.
The Titans. It would seem the moguls.
I somehow accidentally find myself doing everything in a Pandarian voice nowadays. Far too much fucking pandas.
We must go. We are not done yet.
So slow. To Zerg. Well, the orcs go Zug Zug, which is slightly different. That's Zug, isn't it? That's not Zerg. I always read it as Zerg Zerg. Zug Zug. Work, work.
May the great crane guide your steps.
Okay, last boss. Let's get him down. Actually, this entire time we've got less than a single level of experience. I was expecting that killing this place would give us at least 2 levels of actual raw experience. I've run one of the heroic dungeons so much all I can hear in my head is I'm going to ook you in the Duca. Yeah. There's a book for yesterday's YouTube video where I highlighted 3 little farms for those that watched it. The 3rd farm, the monkeys in Karasang Wilds. There's a little book hidden in one of the huts down there that's very funny. I suggest you go find it and read it. It's very funny. I won't spoil it for you, but it's there's a little book hidden in one of the huts. Karasang? What Karasang Woods? I don't know what I said. I don't know what I call it. I call it Karasang. It's clearly not, but Karasang Woods or so. I don't know. The flipping one at the bottom of the map. Shush. You're assuming chat can read? Sorry, bold assumption. Bold assumption. Pew pew! Do the deeps. Do the deeps, avoid the slams. Ah, why did I get aggro? Okay, that's alright, it's dead. Whew.
It is done then. Yet, how many of these
Right,
machines are
197.
we not know
Absolutely
about the
popping.
secrets of the Mogul?
Absolutely blasting. Appreciate the run, boys and girls. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you.
Against our ancient enemies is still far from over.
Oh, I've got this don't have a Hearthstone problem again, don't I? Oh, I'll get ported out in a second anyway. Go on, something juicy. Boom, 100 haste. Something juicy. Boom, 100 mastery. Right, okay. This is at the point... Wow, we are still level 25. We haven't gone anywhere. More dungeons, then. More dungeons, more dungeons. More dungeons. That means we need to get 10 levels from dungeons now. Which, in theory, could quite easily be 10 more dungeons, I think. I sense we're still in the realms of, like, one heroic dungeon, one level, maybe. Could actually end up being more, couldn't it? Let's see. Now we have the problem, though, that we run the risk that we might end up getting queued into dum-dum dungeons, because we have, now we have Storm Stout Brewery and Shadow Pan Monastery on the list as well. Which is actually not too bad. The dum-dum dungeons don't come till later. I guess we can live with those. Right, random heroic. We go again. It's going to take me a minute or two to queue. I'm going to go for a quick pee. I'll be back in 2. Tell the queue not to pop. Okay, we're good, we're good. We can probably actually, start tracking how many dungeons we did. How many dungeons did we do prior to that Mogoshon Vaults run? We can probably figure this shit out, can't we? Because we should have 1 mail in our mailbox for every dungeon that we ran. And we should now have 1 mail in our mailbox for the for the raid as well. Q will pop in a minute. Testing for leveling yesterday. He tries to reach 46 in the dungeons without looting anything, then switch to the normal raids. After this, the normal XP comes out of the mailbox. Sort of. You want to be doing your raids way before that. You want to be doing the raids as your highest priority. The very second you get access to the raids, you want to do them. Because the overarching concept of all of this is that you want to juice your cloak as much as you possibly can as soon as you possibly can. Because the longer you have a juiced cloak for, the more you're gaining from it. So The second you hit 25, you want to go do Mogoshon vaults. You don't really want to delay doing that. You want to do it ASAP. Because then it's going to also affect, like, your end of dungeon bonus is going to be juiced, right? So you want to do your raids as soon as you get access to them. Isn't there a mailbox around here somewhere? How can there not be a mailbox here? I can just use my Katie stamp whistle, or where's me pigeon? What's the pigeon called? What's the pigeon called? The perch. There we go. So we did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 dungeons by the looks of things. We did 8 dungeons prior. 8-ish. I say 8 because how many bonus XP tokens did we get? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26 tokens. 26 EXP tokens. How did we get 5 on one? How did we get 5 on one and only 3 on the others? I don't know. The likelihood is we might now need to do another 8-ish dungeons to get to 35. Might be how it works. 8 minutes for dungeon queue. Yeah, it really does start to become beneficial to do this on a insta-queue class. Scholarmance had 5 bosses. Ah, okay, right. So yeah, there's where the difference lies. If Scholarmance has got 5 bosses, that makes Scholarmance a really good one. Yeah, that makes Scholarmance really good. You can't obviously guarantee you'll run into Scholarmance all the time, every time, but if you get lucky and get a few Scholarmance runs, that's you've got to remember that you've got to be doing this with a random group finder because you need the completion XP bonus from it being a random one. That's what actually gets you the levels. But that feels like 8 to 10-ish. 26 XP tokens is what we got on this run. So let's see how long it takes us, how many dungeons we need to do now. Haha! Speak of the devil. Let's see how long it takes us to get to 35 from here. 10 levels. Class dismissed.
Class dismissed.
Who's our tank in here? Oh, nearly 1 million health. Oh, love that shit. Oh, and a level 20 Volpira Holy Priest. Hello. Hello. Stick in this group for a while if we can.
This cannot be.
Zooms. Is it going to be luck of the draw with groups for the speedrun, or can you stack it? Well, there are ways and means to get insta-queues even on DPS classes by having a level 20 alt on a separate account do the queuing for you. you are at that point practically boosting yourself. The concern I have with that for like actually advocating that to the public is that I don't think other players in your groups are going to particularly look kindly on that unless your level 20 is so juiced that they can solo the entire thing in 60 seconds flat. If you start bringing 2 characters into a dungeon and then only playing one and leaving one sort of idle AFK, people are going to hate that. That's the kind of shit that gets you reports. Which is why I can't really suggest it that heavily. Yeah. It's a different story if it's like your friend's character, for example, and so, you know, you're just queuing together as friends, that's fine. But if you're trying to multi-box 2 accounts... Ah, I took the bonus experience. Flipping lord. Okay. Well, I'm 1 XP token, minus 1 XP token. It took me till level 26 before I ballsed up. That's actually quite impressive for me. I think I ballsed up sooner than that yesterday. Ballsed up. That's such an English phrase. I forget how English I am sometimes. Dum-dums will do dum-dum things. Master Dum-Dum in the house. Yeah, they hate it. I tried to do it, and in 7 of the 10 runs, people wanted to kick my AFK tune. Yeah, I know categorically that you'll get members of the general public that will look not so kindly on that as a tactic. The concept might just be, well, at the moment, a single dungeon is, you know, even as a DPS class, I don't think I've had to wait more than 5 minutes for a dungeon queue. Meaning, sure, it's going to add up. 5 minutes extra per dungeon is definitely going to add up to the total time. But let's say you're doing 20 dungeons. 20 times 5, that's what, an extra hour and a half? I don't know. It's definitely going to be the difference between a 3-hour run and a 4.5-hour run. But yeah. The best thing is just to have a friend that is willing to run you through the dungeons. But by that point, if you've got a friend that's willing to boost you, there are yet more optimal ways you could be doing this. So this is kind of like this is the if you want to level an ult whenever you want to level an ult and you don't want to rely too much on others. I know doing normal mode raids relies on others, but there's plenty of groups around for that right now. Best way is just do 5 accounts. Well, yeah, exactly. Don't give anybody the opportunity to even see what you're doing. Just do it on 5 accounts and be done with it. Okay. We went from 26 to 28 there. So we got 2 levels from the dungeon itself. But it was Scholarmance, which has 5 bosses, so that might have also been why. But the end of dungeon bonus should probably be the same. This means we probably actually only do 5-ish dungeons. 5 or 6 dungeons at this point before we hit 35. If the XP gain is starting to be juicy, it's going to start working in our favour now. We can put that in now. We can actually use that now. Why didn't it do it? Hello? I want Blink. I want Blink or I want Trailblazer. I don't want any of you other stinky ones. Tinker Gems. Crits do a thing, sure. Lightning Rod does a thing, sure. I don't have the life bloom, so searing light isn't useful yet without life bloom. Do I have life bloom? No, or life storm, sorry. It goes bloom, that's why. How many spots have we got? 2. Okay. Two hours, 4 minutes old. 2 hours, 4 minutes old. Yeah, this run is clearly going to be very slow, just because dungeon finder reasons, but... data mining has confirmed that the Season Mastery achievement will return in the War Within, awarding players with a free tier token for achieving 1600 plus PvP rating, reaching 2000 plus Mythic Plus score, or defeating Queen Anorzarak on heroic difficulty. A free tier token. Interesting. Is it just me or is it stupid that the rings and trinkets don't scale with your item level? I also think that's probably a bug that they just haven't figured out how to fix. Or it's a low priority fix. Blizzard have said nothing about that, by the way. Lots of people, yeah, I'm sure if you scout the forums and social medias and stuff, there's lots of questions about why the hell don't they scale. Blizzard have been radio silent on that. Making me think that it's probably just a bug that wasn't meant to do that, but it's a low priority fix right now. They'll one day just pull out oh yeah, by the way, now your jewelry scales. Ha ha ha, aren't we so good? They'll use it to farm some good mojo points one day. Posh Wagyu beef jerky just arrived. Wagyu beef jerky. I mean, that doesn't sound posh. That sounds decadent. That sounds outrageous. Me likey.
Oh, hello there. It's good of you to be
Me likey.
stout.
All right. I am not sad. I am chill.
I wasn't a fan of beef jerky for a long time, but I've more recently developed quite a liking for it. There's a Finnish company that makes reindeer jerky that's mighty tasty. I wish I could remember their brand name. I can't give them any free promo if I can't remember their brand name. Oh, Student's dead. Whoops. Student the third. I will ook you in the dukkha. Why the hell have I got aggro? Where's our tank at? Where's our level 20? Where's our tank at? What's going on here? Hi, doggo. I know. I've been streaming again, haven't I?
Come on and get your ook on.
Get your ook on. Did we trap everybody out of here? I think we trapped everybody out of here. Can we just hurry up and kill the goddamn thing? Stop standing around like a moron. Kill the thing. Speed leveling brings the worst out of me, clearly. Ooked him in the dukkha. Is he AFK? I swear I saw him a minute ago. He definitely doesn't look that AFK to me. Fucking hell. People are so jumpy with the kick button these days. He wasn't AFK. He was trapped behind a big old barrel. He couldn't do shit. Vote kick has failed. Get wrecked. Ranger, that's what Amazon gives looking for reindeer jerky. Doesn't ring a bell. I don't recognise that name, but it might be, I don't know. Relax, doggo. Such a Wingosaurus at the moment. She's not used to the temperature. I've got the aircon on, dog. You should be fine. I nearly had shift held down then. I nearly picked up another XP token. Maybe it needs to go out. I suspect she probably does need to go out for pee. It's usually about this time of day. What am I? Am I 4 hours into my stream? Yeah, I'm 4 hours into my stream. Her routine is, like, ungodly strict. And she doesn't like to falter from her routine. I usually finish my stream and the first thing I do is take the dogs out for a walk, which often means if I stream any longer than normal, both my dogs are like, "Oi, human, you know what time it is. What you doing?" Mockimirs. Oh, that sounds familiar. That sounds familiar.
Yes, yes, so close. Just a pinch of oomph.
I found this jerky company because they go to all of like the festive markets. Last autumn there was like an autumn market and I found them. Bought a bunch of jerky. Very tasty. Ended up getting my father-in-law a big box of a variety of different jerkies for Christmas, which I believe he much appreciated. Doggo, we'll go out in a second. You chill for 2 minutes, please.
Corn. Yes, more corn.
What's the add-on that's showing the XP at the top of the screen? It's a weak aura. It's I'll give you links in a minute. Or somebody probably knows exactly the one it is. Luxor's experience bar or something?
Yes,
It might not be.
yes, yes. No, 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 no. Yes, no. Peppers.
Luxthos, is that what it is? If you just go onto wago.io and search for XP bar, it's literally the first and top result.
No. What is that thing? Doesn't matter. Nothing will stop me now.
The Wagyu has 2 flavours in their 10 pack. One's natural and just tastes like beef. The other one is regular jerky seasoning, but still so smooth. How does the Wagyu side of it affect it? Because Wagyu is like super marbled. Surely that renders out with the drying process. So how does it make the what advantage is the Wagyu beef in that purpose? I'm not sure I understand why Wagyu would make it any better, or the concept of Wagyuing.
Such a heady aroma.
I know Wagyuing isn't a word, but I've made it up. I've decided it is.
The name of Storm Stout will be sung once again throughout the hills. Uncle Gal.
Less chewy. Flavour of the fat is still in there. Sounds good, you know. Sounds very good. Right, I'm going to take my dog for a pee, otherwise she won't stop doing this. I will log this dude out temporarily so it doesn't affect the runtime too much. I'm gonna probably take a 5-minute break then. I would like to continue and finish this potential run, which means we've got 2 more raids to do and probably a bunch of dungeons, so it's still another hour or so, I suspect. So let me take 5. Let me take the dogs for a quick pee, and then we can smash through the rest of this and see if the numbers line up so that we can ding 70. I'll be back in 2. Maybe, Jack, this is your opportunity for some words on stream. Let me find it. Hang on. Boop. There's words on stream. Let me do some of this. Let me do some of this. Why is words on stream not doing words on stream things? For those of you that haven't played words on stream before, you can just type in chat the words that you think, and it'll automatically work. It's pretty self-explanatory. Maybe I need to refresh the input thingy here. Refresh. Yay, nay. Why for it not work? Nope. Nope. Hang on. Why is it done goofed? My link is probably wrong for it or something. Why is it done goofed? Have some of you. Hey, there we go. Have some of you. Right. There you go, boys and girls. Have fun with this for a couple of minutes. I'll be back ASAP once I've let the dogs out for a pee. How we doing? How we doing? Sacco leading the way. Oh, Kahani leading the way. Sorry, my mistake. My mistake. I told you, you guys are way too good at this goddamn game. Shush, shush. Level 11. What one's coming up next? Did you skip ones? Still got ones to go. I should have said, by the way, I apologise. This is a team Twitch game. It doesn't seem to integrate very well with YouTube, unfortunately. I'm actually dog shit at this game though, so I don't even try. Does that mean F is F like a fake one or something? Bunch of 4-letter words to go. I don't know. If it's not a swear word, I can't figure this shit out. Quickly now. No pressure. $60 out of 45. You smashed it. Smashed it. How many different 4-letter words could there have been with that combination? I think you all did pretty well. Oh, there's usually a 30-second break between rounds. As I'm back, I'm gonna zerg it. Go. I can press a button that makes it go faster. Fake letter and a hidden letter. Ooh. Ulcer. Recycle. Go on. Oh, I've just realised what these locks do. I'm so dumb. You can only get one word until it goes past a lock, and then it unlocks everybody to say extra words again. So you need to go for the biggest ones first. Ah, how have I only just figured out this game? You were already 50 out of 68. Smashed it. I only ever see names or swear words. That's literally it. $72 out of 68. You smashed it already. Flipping hell, boys and girls. I want to play WoW. You lot are too good. I think it's safe to say, boys and girls, ward is still a thing. Ward still absolutely slaps. People are hitting wards for like big numbers. Big numbers. Ward is not dead. Sorry, I pressed the button. Z's got to be fake, right? Zoo. I can't have 3-letter words. Zoos. Zoos. Loser. I'm probably not helping. Alcohol. Now you're talking my language. Did a massive amount of damage for me in the raid earlier. I was like the only one using it on the character as well. Yeah, ward seems to still be absolutely fine. I don't think there's any stress. Ward is still a thing. Z is definitely the fake letter then, isn't it? Z's fake because nobody's got Z in a single word yet. But what's the hidden one? Oh, it's a C. Level 14. I think you're about to break records, boys and girls. Pretty sure you're about to break records. I don't think we've got past level 14 before. I say we, I've done fuck all. Flipping hell, nearly a full set. Wonder what the missing one was. Skip 3 levels. Calm down. Kahani top of the tree, 106. Sacco, 86. Some big numbers. I'll press the button. Relax. Oh, what are those numbers? It's flipping Polish. Trees. Jester? Somebody have a free one on me. If Jester wasn't a 1, J's definitely the fake letter then. Ooh, 108 out of 124. No pressure. Yeah, J's fake, look. E's the hidden one. 126 out of 124, GG. It's difficult. My chat's over here, but the actual the screen is over here for me. Although I could just watch it on OBS, I suppose. Then they're next to each other. Right, I'll press the button again. I'll press the button. You ready? No rest for the wicked. Go, go, go. Hey, there's not many words here, and they're all big uns. There's no flipping vowels. Landing, go on. So I is the hidden letter, by the way. I is the hidden one. Gives you an ing. Makes ing words a possibility. Handling, GG. One more word should do it. Oh! Smashed it. Oh yeah, Finland is up there. Oh no, it would. It would be if F wasn't fake. It would be if F wasn't fake. I don't think place names qualify though. Nice. Smashed it. We are breaking records today. 8 out of 9 words. Skip 3 levels? Oh, you guys are in for a treat now. Level 21. You guys are in for a treat. Ladding. Nice made up word there. Oh, what is this? Oh, the answers are hidden. Oh, that's flipping not. What did Ice Cream say? Gears. Sorry, I'm spoiling it for people. People have to read the chat if they want cheat mode. P is fake. A rager? Is that what you get in the morning? A rager. Four words to go. Anybody's game. Although Natch is smashing it out of the park, to be fair. Oh, somebody! This could be an esport, you know. Some of you guys are way too good at this. This could be an esport. Last minute. Last minute. Level 22. Kahani's still top of the tree with 138 points. Natch catching up. Sacco holding on to third spot. Could this be the last round? Cyprian? Is that even a word? Oh, the answers are hidden again. It's not so much of a... It's not so much of a... Why did I just see the word Viagra? It's probably not there, is it? You think the S is fake? Oh, she's a beast. This is a toughie. This is a toughie. Doesn't look like the S is fake. Doesn't look like the S is fake. Oh, this one is this one has split the men from the boys. This has. Shit, quite literally. Level 22, boys and girls. Go on, pull it out of the bag. Ah, level 22. Good effort. I don't understand how people are so good at this. My brain literally doesn't see any words ever. Literally nothing. Who's top of the tree then? Did Kahani keep his lead at the top of the tree there? Kahani first, 138. Oh! A valiant effort by Natch with 134. And Rasmut with the 129 took it from Sacco in the last round. With those 17 points in the last round. GG, boys and girls. Well done. Well done. I actually stopped whatever I was doing in WoW to play this game. Hey, you did alright. You did alright. 52 points. Well done. That's 52 more than I got. GG, boys and girls, well done. I should we should have some flipping world championship esport this. I should probably figure some rewards and prizes and stuff for people. That's quite cool. Well done, GG. Right, let's now you've had your fun. Okay, get back to my fun. Prizes, the end score in bronze. If I could, that'd be quite cool. That would be cool. Where's the button? Where's the button? Where's the button? There's the button. Right, let's see if we can get this dude to 70, shall we? I definitely cannot remember what the hell I was doing. Oh, we were doing some dungeons, didn't we? Figure out coffee beans first? Yeah, I probably do. Probably do need to figure out coffee beans first. If I could integrate it with coffee beans, that would be quite clever, actually. Coffee beans was figured out, but pet kill was removed. Look, we don't speak of those days. The RSPCA said we're not allowed to do that anymore. PETA got involved, and it was a shit show from there. Right, random dungeon, heroic time working dungeon. Go go gadget go. That's queued. We're level 29. We need to get to 35 before we can do the next raid. What are we getting here? What are we getting here? Didn't even see what it was. 50 verse. Okay. We're starting to get a bunch of gems. How long are these dungeon queues? Hey, only 2 minutes on a dungeon queue. If only we could have them that quick every time. 11k threads so far. By the time we've done a couple more dungeons, I reckon 3 more dungeons is probably going to be enough to get us to reach 35. That said, though, I have a suspicion that we might still need to do more dungeons. Even after that. Why don't you loot the bonus XP thing? Because we want to stack as much juice in our cape as possible. We want to make this bonus XP gain, because this is a multiplier. So anytime you get experience, it is then multiplied by what experience you the multiplier you have in your cape. So you kind of want to delay picking up a lot of the experience until your cloak is nice and juicy, and then it will boost the return you get from it. Hang on, there's a wild fox in my group. How did that happen? There's a wild fox in my group. I didn't even know that was a thing. Nerf Frogs is the leader. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. People are doing twink boosting on trial accounts. Yeah, low, good old scaling. I've given myself hiccups. Good old scaling is making it such that level 20s are able to stack their cloak pretty high, because a trial character is capped at level 20. They can't go any further. So they can't level up any further than that, but they can still keep gaining threads. And that means that these level 20 trial characters are getting proper juiced. Way more so than you'd normally expect. Plus, at level 20, scaling is a thing, so that you're already kind of pretty OP at that point anyway. New heat record in India, 52.3 degrees. I'd probably die. I mean, it sounds like a relatively chilly sauna, but I don't think I'd want my day-to-day living life to be 53 degrees. That's pretty spicy though, isn't it? That's gonna sting.
I will break you.
Except that you can get out the sauna. Well, yeah. See, this is the thing. you can Manthius has exited the sauna. You can remove yourself from that situation.
To think you've come so
Flipping out. I imagine even like air conditioning units are like
I'll honor you with
gonna struggle to work at those high temperatures.
my
I mean, I'm sure they do, but like, sheesh, your electric bill is going to be something crazy. And I would suspect in a lot of it, if this comes off really bad, I apologise, but I suspect in a lot of India they don't have air conditioning, right? Just a guess. Was there a couple of years back during summer, couldn't even breathe outside properly. I mean, it could, humidity is what really makes a difference, though. Humidity's the killer.
Arise, my champion.
Worst I've ever felt was 46 degrees. Yeah, there were, just outside temperature. I went on a holiday to, where the hell did we go? Tunisia, I want to say. Was it Tunisia? I don't know. Either way, we ended up in some Salt Lake desert-y type thing, and it was mad hot, like mid-40s. I can't remember exactly, but it was spicy meatball. I didn't like that. I wasn't a fan. But back at home, if the sauna's less than like 80 degrees, I ain't going in. What's the point?
attack. Another down. Do not relent.
I was in a place name that I can't pronounce, and it was around 40 each day. Sweating just does nothing. Yeah. Yeah, I spent my honeymoon in Italy, and we were in Rome, and it was, I think, 42 degrees, which was getting pretty close to my upper limit. Poor Mrs. Manthias was just like bouncing from one ice cream stand to another. Sticking to the shade like something very sticky.
Die. What? No, stop.
She doesn't do quite as well with the heat. I'm absolutely fine with the heat as long as I have some way at some point to escape it. This is why when we bought this place, one of the first things I wanted to do was install an air conditioning unit in here. Because that provides the escape. It means it doesn't matter how hot the main house gets, it doesn't matter how hot outside gets during the summer. Couldn't care less. You go for it, son. You do your thing. But it means I can be in the studio, stream, play video games, watch movies, and not have to sweat my tits off. Although, I have a dog that is sleeping on my feet right now, keeping my feet overly warm.
By the lights,
Just found out that the purple items are different. Some have 2 stats and some have only 1. No, they can double stack. So they roll independently, and so they can double stack. So for example, you might get haste proc twice on a purple, and then it just gives you an extra juicy haste on that piece of gear. Yeah, the rolls on epics are independent and can be duplicated, which is also a weird gearing system, but it's a thing.
you too shall be charged to us.
Boom! Headshot. Let's be careful not to take these bonus XP ones. Hey, we're getting remarkably close here to, what are we, level 32 now? 35 is our goal. Loot this dude. Oh, no, he's already looted. What have we got going on here? There's a wild fox on a run. Like in Shadowlands crafting, double stat was gold. Yeah, that was cool. And there was a way to not force that, but to kind of make it do its thing. Yeah, double stat procs. I'm sticking to heroics, Fox. I will leave it there. Thank you for the quick couple of runs, though. Much appreciated. I don't want to do too many boost runs because it sways the results a little bit. Even though this isn't a speed run particularly. We did the daily. Yeah, I need to go do that on a couple of characters as well. 32, we are actually about to hit 33. This could, in theory, be the last... If maths does maths things, this could actually end up being the last dungeon before we hit 35. Then we're likely to want to go do Heart of Fear for 6 bosses. Which 6 bosses with a 200% cloak could, in theory... No, we will probably not get more than a level or 2, actually thinking about it, in Heart of Fear. Means we'll have to do another couple of dungeons after that. Then do Terrace of Endless Springs. And then blast all tokens. And that should get us to 70. The trick here is to get past 70 and then see how many extra tokens we had that we didn't really need. Yeah, this at the top here is a weak aura. It's Lux Thos's experience one. Here's B Link. It's actually surprising how quick the heroic dungeon queues are, even for DPS. It goes to show there's probably a lot of people doing pretty much exactly this. Level 20 Holy Priest Volpera with the name Monka Exploit. Okay, I have a suspicion this could be an easy run. There's also Monka Fist, which I would not be too surprised if it's the same person. Let's find out, shall we? A level 68 Blood Death Knight with a level 20 Volpera Priest. Who's boosting who then, eh? Hey, it works, it works. It's not broke, don't fix it.
Rise from the water of fire.
Woo! Okay. Which ways are people going? I can't tell. The priest has gone this way. I'm inclined to follow that priest, you know. Nope, the priest is still here. What's going on? Is the priest playing all of these characters? Also wouldn't surprise me. Is this actually Haley? Is Haley in chat?
Your forces are weak. The heart of the great serpent will not fall into your hands.
And I'm waiting for it to go boom.
Jade serpent, grant me strength.
Why the Christ on a bicycle have I got aggro? How's that even possible?
The haze has been lifted
Dead.
from my eyes.
Dead. No! Ah, stupid me. I held shift down. That wasn't what I was meant to do. Flipping flippity flips. Okay, well that's almost definitely going to put us at 35 by the end of this run then. I've done a boo-boo. Shift is a modifier for some of my buttons, and so that's why I accidentally have it pressed when I'm looting the boss. Whoops. Okay, we didn't actually hit 35. So let's squeeze in one more dungeon. Squeeze in one more, and then we'll go to the next raid, whatever that is. Heart of Fear. Aha, a wild wife appears. Please hold. Oh, well, that for timing. Love that. Go, gadget, go. You know what I have managed to do, though? I've somehow managed to cheese this so that I haven't done that stinky one, at least at all. The siege one. Or is that a 40 plus one? Maybe it is. Avoiding that one is critical, because that second boss in there is, oh lord, can't be doing with that. I'm so unhappy that Blizzard has changed the human racial, making Alliance even worse. Well, diplomacy kind of had to go in its normal standing. It kind of had to go, really. With the way that they're changing reputation, it would have practically meant even more so, oh, just roll a human. Oh, you got Ooked and the Duke are pretty fast. Holy shit, okay. Slacker Ho. God, how do people get away with these names? Slacker Ho the Insane. Sure. Yeah, a second cooldown on your Hearthstone's a bit poo, isn't it? It's a bit poo, honestly. But, you know, there's bigger and better things to get annoyed about than the human racial. They're trying to make the racials not impactful, which I kind of appreciate, if I'm honest.
What are they doing to our elemental?
Am I caught? Hoppy skippity bunny fella? Is he dead as well? Slacker Ho's not slacking. Slacker Ho's pumping. How do we get through here?
Yes. So close. Just a pinch of oops.
How does that work? Oh, at least I can't accidentally loot the bosses if I can't get to them.
Too bitter. I've got a great joke for
You'll kill the boss and it'll open. I mean, Hoppy Dude is already dead.
these guys' weapons.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Well, we're going to do a Heart of Fear run in a second, boys and girls. So if anybody wants to do normal Heart of Fear, I'll get a group on the go in a minute once we're out of here. What's Bloodthirsty Coral? That's a Tinker Gem. How have I never heard of that one?
What is that thing?
Okay. Maybe I've just never looked at it.
Not what I'm so
Slacker Ho seems to be sobering up. 6.5 million health. Pumper. Boom. Go on then. Take that. Take that. Right, where's the I need a mailbox. I need a mailbox and I need a group for Heart of Fear. Because we're 35 now. We're actually 36. We're slacking. Mr. Pandaria raids. Start a group. Heart of Fear. 10-man. Manthe. If you want to come over to Heart of Fear, get yourself some juice, some bronze. Anybody is welcome. Anybody is welcome. One juicer wouldn't go amiss. Just saying. Let's take that. Let's take not the bonus XP. Let's keep the bonus XP in there. Okay, stacking the bonus XP. So this was everything that we got 1 to 25. Then we did the raid. This is what we've got since then. Hopefully that's going to be enough to slingshot us all the way to 60-ish. Who we got then? Who we got? A couple of healers. Have we got somebody that at least looks like a tank? That might make it a touch easier. Anybody that wants to do Heart of Fear, 10-man, looks like a tank. Porkzilla. Get in the group. Porkzilla. Love it. How many we got here? 8. We got 2 more. 2 more. 372. I should really take first come first served, if I'm honest. That's the fair way of doing stuff. Right. Let's get a... Is anybody even remotely closer there? I know this is real sweaty, streamer privileges and all that, but can I get a 1, 2, 3? A 1, 2, 3, please. What's the slash played right now? Like I said, I'm not really caring too much about the time on this. 2 hours, 38 minutes. Which means get this Heart of Fear run done. We should still be less than 3 hours by the Heart of Fear run. At 36, we'll probably be 37. We'll do a couple more dungeons. Then we do the last raid for 4 more dungeons. And then we blast XP tokens. I reckon that's the play. And we'll see how far that gets us. If it still doesn't get us far enough, we might need to figure out where we squeeze in some more dungeons, or we might need to figure out that actually we do Terrace of the Ender Springs, and then we do like 5 more dungeons, and then we blow everything. Although it's the only thing that really gives you any significant value in staggering this is the XP token. Sorry, the thread gain from raid bosses. Not questing any? No, not doing any quests. This is not strictly meant to be the fastest run in the world, because I'm doing it on a DPS class, so I don't get instant queues. But if it would be much faster if you did it on a tank or a healer class, where you'd have instant queues. It would also be much faster if you had like sweaty group pulling you through it. But you can't necessarily rely on that sort of stuff with randoms. Oh, we did the group outside. Interesting. Sure. In we go. But yeah, no quests, just heroic dungeons. Random heroic dungeons, not picking up the XP tokens, letting those go to the mailbox. Doing the raids as and when they become available to us, ASAP. So we get as much experience gain as much as possible. And then once we think we have enough XP in the mailbox and enough experience gain on our cloak, you pop it all and you hope that you ding 70. Heroic dungeons. They give you more experience at the end of the dungeon. And realistically, with low level scaling, they're not any more difficult. Right, who we got? We're missing a Porkzilla. On my way, the world boss just spawned. Oh, dude, leave the world boss. World boss is up every 15 minutes. Let's get going. Let's go. Right, okay. Let's get some buffs on the go. Let's at least be somewhat useful. I just realised we may... Oh, no, we do have a tank. We do have somebody that looks like a tank. Cool. So, when the tank is ready, let's nuke stuff. I wonder if some casuals even doing just normal dungeons, avoiding anything with the name Mythic in the name. Probably. Probably. Just like I fully imagine that there are people that have been playing Remix for quite some time already and will not have stepped foot in a single normal raid just because of like the, you know, that bringing retail mentality into this, I think, is such that, you know, people are like, oh, I've got to join a group, or I've got to make a group, or, you know, preconceptions based on retail to how things work probably is preventing a lot of people from sort of leveling and getting their bronze and stuff much faster.
Crashing upon the mountain of her divine will. They may rise again and again, but will accomplish nothing.
Because the reality is normal raids are practically no different to LFR, and in my opinion, they're actually easier than LFR because the bosses don't scale as high because you're only 10 players, and one geared character can have way more of an effect on the overall success rate of the group. You can have a juicer in an LFR, sure, but, you know, one pumped character out of 10 in a normal mode raid is going to absolutely wipe the floor with the place. Live to ward, ward or die. Well, yeah, and that. If you then have access to ward. I don't think I've even got it on this character yet. That's also going to be a bit of a random thing whilst you're leveling. Although I have seemed to notice some of the tinkers, and I think some of the meta gems even, have like a built-in invisible level requirement for them. I've noticed after leveling a couple of characters, I seem to get the same tinkers early on every time. Even though they kind of present themselves as random, I'm not actually convinced. Hasn't ward been fixed? Adjusted is probably the way to say it. Not really nerfed, definitely not particularly buffed, but still mostly does its thing. Still OP. More of a healer thing now. DPS are less likely to take ward now. It's more of a healer thing because only the person who plays the ward's healing affects the ward. So by proxy, you probably want to be the healer, right? So then you can stack it high. Where's all the trash gone? Who's stolen the trash? Yeah, all reports coming in so far seem to indicate that ward still slaps. Players are just going to have to slightly adjust how they use it in their groups to get most out of it still, but it still definitely works. Rob Lurk, lol, wrong stream. Multitasking? Fair play. That's the goblin way. You want a big cloaker being a healer. And you want your tank to have as much health as possible. They should have made Glide a tinker. Oh, that would have been clever, yeah. Cogwheel for Glide. Or at least double jump. I'd have taken double jump over movement speed, to be honest. But yeah, double jump glide would have been cool, actually. There was no tornadoes down the middle for like an hour then. How did that work? I've never seen that before. And he's dead.
I'd always hoped to cut someone like that someday. To hear that sound. But to have it happen to my own thorax is ridiculous.
Do I even have any decent cogwheel gems yet? No. No. Maybe one day. Death's Advance is going to be OP in the War Within for DKs. Maybe I should try and put a little bit more effort into the War Within of actually understanding what the flipping hell other classes are and do. I've mained Hunter so hard for so many years without doing particularly much endgame content. I have flipping no clue how to play any other class these days. I used to be pretty okay with a couple of classes. But I shit you not, in the last couple of expansions, my general class knowledge has gone in the bin. People say these abilities, and I'm like, yep. I ain't got a clue. Not a Scooby. It makes me feel sometimes as if I don't play this game 10 hours a day. It's Narcissus for the gems, by the way. God tier add-on at the moment. Crushability on this boss should have been a raid wipe. I think it used to be way back in the day, pretty much. But none of the bosses in these first three... None of the bosses in the first three raids really do much of anything. To anybody at any time.
We must defend the Empress.
Woo! 6 bronze. We rich, bitch. Tried Narcissus, just confused me, so I ditched it. I mean, I don't really use it for like its screenshotty stuff particularly. At the moment, I've only got it installed purely for the gems. That said, no, that's a bit of a lie. I do use it very occasionally to like get a character pose or something. In fact, that's the big stinky lie. I used it just yesterday. The current thumbnail for the YouTube stream is actually Narcissus. I green screened me character using Narcissus, photoshopped it onto a pretty background. But Bear's Adventures does a lot with Narcissus for screenshots for Twitter and stuff. Because you can put your characters on different, you know, you can get their gear set up on them, you can put them on different mounts and stuff. It's quite cool.
Empress, I have failed you.
Still level 36. Yeah, if you don't take the bonus XP tokens, these raid bosses don't do diddly squat. Diddly squat. So we might need to do a couple more dungeons, couple more heroics after this to reach 40. In a way, that makes it pretty straightforward, though. You heroic dungeon whenever you don't have a raid to do, and you do the raid whenever you have a raid to do. Are you having fun in the remix? I've absolutely loved it. I tend to, most mornings while drinking coffee, go on a bit of a rant about whatever the recent nerfs and hotfixes are, which paints a slightly odd picture. So for those who only ever catch like the VODs and choose to only watch like the first hour of a VOD, for example, might get the wrong impression from me, but generally speaking, I've loved Remix. Yeah, it's I've not had this much desire to log on to World of Warcraft every day and play until I'm tired and can't play anymore. I've not had that feeling in WoW for a long time. Even the start of like expansion launches are clearly the best times. Launch of Dragonflight was cool, but it was, for me personally, hindered by the fact that the start of Dragonflight, I made a conscious decision to not do much goal making, as crazy as that sounds. But I made a conscious decision because we were coming out the back of Shadowlands, and I spent fucking months in the auction house in Shadowlands, and I was done, like absolutely burnt out of goal making by the end of Shadowlands. So I said to myself, well, we're not going to do that at the beginning of Dragonflight. We'll take the first patch and we'll just play the game. Well, guess what happened? I ended up grinding knowledge points on all of my professions. So that went out the window pretty quickly. Which was repetitive and a means to an end for me for the most part. So Dragonflight was cool to begin with. No doubt it was very, very fun, but it still didn't give me those same vibes. Probably the start of Shadowlands, truth be told, was the last time I had that, like, I really must log in and play this every day kind of feel. So yeah, it's been some time. I've loved Remix so far. Switch to the big dude. Nuke the big dude. I saw your post on the crafting suggestions. I think it'd be great to get crafting out of trade chat. I really hate that. Yeah. I mean, that's a big thing for me personally. It's a bit of a pet peeve of mine that crafting is being made, relegated back to a trade chat spam. I'm like, why did we have a full fancy ass profession revamp and then go 3 steps backwards, requiring a 20-year-old IRC channel to conduct our trade? Like, it just felt dumb. It felt so silly to me. But I'm not going to get into work orders right now, even though that was a good try. Well done. Where are we at now? 270 on the cloak. 270 on the cloak, 282 after this boss. 282 after this boss. If we get somewhere near 300, plus then 4 more bosses, 330-ish by the time we finish Terrace of the Endless Springs. I wonder if that's going to be enough. I really do not want to have to squeeze in a Throne of Thunder in this in any way, shape or form if I can get away with it. If we can get 45 with enough XP in our mailbox, we should be able to zerg to 70, completely ignoring Throne of Thunder. Does anybody know a bronze farm spot that I can do after I've done my dailies or normal raids? Check the YouTube channel. Check the YouTube. I literally yesterday posted a video with 3 different spots. One that has been semi-nerfed, Another one that's a hyperspawn farm but can be done solo, and a third one that is predominantly solo but very chill. And if there's a continued interest in that sort of stuff, I might do some more, because I do have other ones. Admittedly, I still am on the assumption that gearing up a toon and doing raids is your absolutely best option. But I know that's not for everybody. Level and ult, 100k. Yeah, I mean that's not a terrible idea. Definitely not a terrible idea. As long as you weren't deemed a filthy frogger and can still get your 40k bonus bronze. If you can still get your 40k bonus bronze when you ding level 70, level ults. Level ults to 70. Probably 70 to 90 XP, 70 to 90,000 bronze per level 70 level. Good effort though, boys and girls. Well done there. Appreciate that. Smashed it out the park. Smashed it out the park. We still didn't even get a single level from this. Smashed it out the park. Appreciate it all. Right, let's I guess we get a couple of heroic dungeons under our belt then. Random heroic, find group, go. So we've got to get to 40 before we can do the next raid. 40 for the next raid. I don't really want to do dungeons much past 40 because I then run the risk of landing in that flipping siege one, which is slow and dull and boring and annoying. But I think we are well on track for, obviously not the fastest of time on this character because we've had dungeon queues and I've not been speedy, but I'm hoping. Yeah, we're 2 hours 58 minutes right now, so we're kind of quite off the pace, to be truth be told. But for a DPS class without instant queues, that's probably not terrible. You can do LFR. Nah, don't do LFR. Pretend LFR. Honestly, in Remix, pretend LFR doesn't exist. It should be right at the bottom of your list of things to do. LFR. Try your absolute utmost to ignore it. It's not big, it's not clever, it's not fun. Is this the... Oh, okay, how do we get in here? Oh, this is cool. Is there a mailbox around here somewhere? Let's go the Claxy bit. Yeah, LFR is... Sure, you can do LFR if you really want, but make sure you've definitely done the normal mode first. My experience with LFR so far has been that it's an awful lot of time waiting for the queues for very little actual payout. Very little actual use by doing it. You don't particularly get any experience. You don't get all that much experience from LFR. You get a 7% bonus to your cloak per wing. So that could easily be like 3 bosses for a 7% bonus. It's just do a couple of heroic dungeons and you'll probably get that 7% bonus just as random drops. It's not really that much use. You can probably do the first wing of LFR for your daily, sure. The first wing of Mogashon Vaults is usually a pretty quick queue. And if you need to kill a couple of raid bosses and you're not doing any normals or anything for the day, then it kind of works. But that's the only LFR I'd suggest. Sounds like Remix is just a lot of muscle memory for the player base. If all just run dungeons and raid 24/7, Blizzard will have to crank up mechanic difficulty in the War Within, with everybody just blasting every spec. It's the Warcraft way, though, isn't it? It's the Warcraft way. Find the thing that is efficient and works, and then do it until your fingers bleed. It's just how we play the game. Right, what's the queue time on this? 4 minutes. We should get into a dungeon pretty quick. I've probably got talent points and all sorts of stuff I should be putting on. Have we got a proper... I want Blink. Give me Blink. Where's my Blink at? Got stinky ones. Tinkers, Opportunist, sure. Slay, yep, why not? Victory Fire, get in. We haven't got the right meta gem for Searing Light yet. These are all tragic. These are all tragic. We've got room, so we might as well put that on. Boom, dungeon. That's what we want. So this dungeon should probably get us to... We're about to ding 37. We're about to get to 37, which means we'll probably get to 38 in this dungeon. And then hopefully one more dungeon after this will get us to 40. As long as this dungeon run doesn't go too badly. Oh, we've got ourselves a cool... We've got ourselves a big boy. We got ourselves a big boy. This is kind of the RNG of this. If you can queue into a group with like a you know, a high geared player, it's smooth as butter. How many bosses is here? 1, 2. Is this just? This is just 3 bosses again, isn't it? Which is 3 XP tokens. Alt codes and names should be banned. What, for like a badass elf? I don't know. It makes it a little bit difficult to whisper them for sure, yeah. All of those auction house bots you always see with like 12 alt codes in their name. You ain't got no chance of reporting that fella. Good luck typing that out. Hey, sprint, that's better. We'll take sprint. Not exactly what I want, but we'll take it. Oh, the Shah's in the building. That makes it 4, doesn't it? That dude, the big panda that switches to different places. That's 2. Shah in the building. That's 3, and then the end dude. Yeah, okay. This is a 4-boss dungeon. Yeah. Sorry, I forgot the Shah, didn't I? What level are you going to open the mail for your XP bonuses? I'm not 100% sure. Probably... I want to say 45. I think 45 will probably be enough. 42 to 44 is a good guess. Now... By the time we've done Terrace of the Endless Springs, we'll have 300+% on our cloak, probably 330. Meaning a single heroic dungeon is going to be like 1 to 2 levels at this lowish point still. 47,000 needed per run, per level. If you do Terrace of the Endless Springs and do an extra couple of heroics... see, now the issue is above 40, you're going to run the risk of going into dumb level heroics. So I'm not sure if I'm going to do any heroics after, honestly. We might just do Terrace of the Endless Springs and then pop all the tokens again. And see how far that gets us. That will give us a good baseline, right? That will basically let me know that, okay, whether we do or do not need to do any extra dungeons after 40 to hit 70. If we end up dinging like 68 or something, we know that we probably need to do a couple of extra heroics before opening everything from the mailbox.
You have much to learn if you wish to defend your people from the Shah, Initiate. Stand aside for your fellow students.
No beta, I see. No, apparently not this week. Another alpha build, believe it or not.
Now you will face two of my most senior.
Somebody's using flipping Righteous Frenzy again.
Fragrant Lotus, step forward. You have bested my prize students.
I wonder, you know, if handing these in... No, these don't give that much experience. I was just wondering if you pick up your daily quests and get your daily quests done, whether when you step out of Terrace of the Endless Springs, you can hand those in quickly as well. It's not going to make that much of a difference, is it? Probably less than half a level.
Very well then, outsiders. Let us see your true strength.
Stupid question maybe, but when I put in more mastery gems in, I don't get higher than 15,587 rating. Is it time to put other gems in? I don't know what class you play, so I don't know what mastery does, unless you're a BM hunter. If a druid, no clue, no clue. There might be some smart druids in chat that know what the numbers are for you, but I don't, unfortunately. Right, kill the regenerate ones, kill the regenerate ones. Druid, but not smart. Yeah, I could tell you what the mastery breakpoint is for Beastmaster Hunters, but that's it. And it's 36,000 for anybody that cares. Mr. Norton, thank you very much for the stream streak. Appreciate it. Which one's doing the regenerate? You're doing the regenerate. Let's get you dead. Let's get you gone. Just flipping Righteous Frenzy, man. We have a healer that clearly isn't that competent in competent's the wrong word. Probably not exactly very used to healing. And we've got things that are going boom. We've got people using Righteous Frenzy. This is the definition of a shit show right now. I'm just going to get out of the way. Get out of the way. Run away. Run away. If in doubt, pull more, run away. Yeah, I can't even use my meta gem because I'm at risk of dying here. Because nobody's doing any fucking healing. Yo, priest, press a button. Does it tell you who gives you the buff as well? It doesn't tell me who's giving me the buff. Who the hell? Ah, you never know. I hate that righteous frenzy. Genuinely hate it. You can keep your haste buff. I don't want it. The finest horde priest. Nothing but the finest. I had a simply the best moment going on in my head then. Nope, gonna run straight through them. Okay. Oh, what could possibly go wrong here? Absolutely nothing. A healer that doesn't know his healing buttons. Pulling 2 packs of these at the same time. I love random dungeons. Ow, no! Stoon the Third's dead. Presents a challenge, at least. Right, you're dead. This is kind of why, when I do this sort of stuff, I also like to do it on a hunter, because I can somewhat feel as if I can fix these problems. If I was on another class, I'd just be adding to the dum-dum. And I don't necessarily want to be adding to the dum-dum all the time. I get far too many streamer privileges nowadays. I don't want to be adding to the dum-dum.
Come forward and die by my hand, as all who oppose me shall, in the days to come.
We are not wiping just before the boss. Please, Lord have mercy. Can we not wipe before the boss? Ah, this doesn't help. I'm getting hungry. Pet's dead again. Okay, okay. Whoa, whoa, whoa. In fact, no, you're just DPSing the crap out of everything anyway. Woof. What a day. What a day to be alive. Okay. God, one boss. Oh, okay. This dude's going to get us 39. We're going to need to do one more dungeon after this. Get 40. Terrace of the Endless Springs, quick 4 dungeons. We're nearing the end now. Home stretch, I think. I can't imagine this is going to give me the best part of 2 levels. So we're probably going to need to do one more after this.
Will consume and conquer all.
Pew pew the grippy things. Boom! Shadowpan Monastery. Yeah, it only got us into 39, so we're gonna need one more dungeon.
Shah of hatred has fled my body, and the monastery as well.
One more dungeon. One more dungeon, one more dungeon.
Shadowpan are in your debt.
Handing that quest in might have helped, but I actually weirdly want to do as few quests as possible and as many dungeons as possible en route, because that will give us maximum amount of love at the end of this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It took us 6 dungeons. Whilst we're waiting on the queue, I can make some notes. It took us 6 dungeons to get from 25 to 35. About 6 dungeons to reach 35. Which was how many tokens? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Should actually be one more, 19. Is what we got in this bracket. We have done... There's this one. Was that the only dungeon we've done since stepping out? Did we step straight into that? Four so far, plus more. How long are we waiting on this queue? 6 minutes. What's our slash played? 3 hours, 18 minutes. 3 hours, 18 minutes. We've got one more heroic dungeon to potentially do. Then however long it takes to do Terrace of the Endless Springs, which is only 4 bosses. So that should be a bit of a blast. Only 4 bosses. Meaning that we are realistically looking at 4 hours here. Assuming that when we step out of Terrace of the Endless Springs, we can pop everything from the mailbox and actually reach 70. I still am not convinced we will actually reach 70 by doing that. I think it's going to leave us at about sort of 66. Meaning the plan then is actually to do it again, but this time do a few more dungeons after Terrace of the Endless Springs for a few more bonus tokens and a little bit more thread juice on your cloak. So we'll see. Even still, even doing this on a DPS, I still suspect we're going to get an under 4 hour run. If you did it on a tank or a healer class, where you didn't have to wait for queues, I mean, I guess my queue time has been an average of about 5 minutes. How many dungeons have we actually done so far? How many dungeons did we do to get here? Where's the mailbox gone? Who stole it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 to get to 25. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 to get to level 35. We've only done 15 dungeons so far. Yeah, we've only done 15 dungeons. This next one will be our 16th dungeon. 16th heroic. If you take 5 minutes off each one of those... 16 dungeons, 5 minutes wasted waiting for a queue. That's 80 minutes shaved off. If you think about the fact that then you could do... If this works, if this does actually get us to 70 then, and we do it in 4 hours, taking off 80 by doing it as a DPS, as a tank or a healer, puts it under the 3 hour mark. Oh, talent points. Press the buttons, I suppose.
Class is now in session. Class dismissed.
Who we got in here? Dolly Doofus. Dolly Doofus. Skollo's actually a badass dungeon to get as well. Skollo is a win because it's 5 dungeons. 5 dungeons, 5 bosses in here is a win. This is a win dungeon. You want Scholomance as many times as you can get your hands on it.
I can never die.
Oh, doggo, we went out like an hour ago. Relax. You're just whinging because I haven't given you any playtime today now, aren't you? You're making me look like a bad human. What's going on here? What's going on here? Who have we got in here? 12,000, 1.2 mil.
Oh, it takes some real stones to challenge the mistress of illusion. Well, show me what you've got.
Oh, what? We locked at flip. Oh, Lord. This would go so much smoother if people had let others catch up. Alright, well, we'll kill him then while we wait. It's 2 bosses in a row trapped out of now. Flipping half the teams here, look. Who is it? Dolly Doofus. Dolly Doofus. Level 20 Blood Elf Paladin. Has to run back to the gate to get some heals. Should have let us in. Lay on hands. Oh, it's getting sketchy. The boss is still at 80% health. We're going to be here for a week. I think Blizzard will nerf this Twink him. It's... I don't know. I don't know. They might leave it the hell alone. Unless somebody figures out some way to do some exploitative shit with it. My only issue is that it can very, very, very easily be abused by bad actors because you don't need to pay for an account to do it. It's, you know, you're within the free-to-play realms. This leaves it very, very wide open for RMT boosting shenanigans. There is absolutely nothing stopping people, you know, botting and power boosting these level 20 characters and then selling boosts with them. So that's the only thing that leads me to believe it could get changed. Now, the reality is if there's a market for something, these bad actors will be there ready to sell it to you. Luckily, leveling to 70 doesn't exactly appear to be that taxing of a problem in the first place, which means these boosting services kind of have less appeal and less draw. But we'll see. I wish this dude would hurry up and die, to be fair. This is...
Dizzy?
This dude's been trying to solo this dude for about an hour now. Time is precious. We're on the clock. They will, they always do. It's mailbox XP, loot shenanigans. Well, the XP tokens going to your mailbox is once again, it's another one of those where I don't think anybody's doing anything wrong by doing it. The system is put in the game. The system is purely put in the game so that you can, so that you don't miss out on those bonus XP tokens, right? That, oh, you didn't pick this up from a boss, we'll send it to your mailbox. Just because people are choosing not to pick them up is kind of like, well, it's up to you, really, surely?
It appears we have visitors. Friends of yours, boss?
You there. Make yourselves useful and deal with these summoners.
Clever use of game mechanics. The fact that the XP amount isn't locked by is on them. Yeah, I think that whilst see, this is another one of those things, right? Whilst it may not necessarily have been intended to be used in this way, you're not doing anything wrong by using it in this way, but that equally doesn't mean that Blizzard might not change it. But even without using this, heroic dungeon spam and then doing a raid and jacking up the experience on your cloak is, you know, exactly is probably the most optimal way to still do it regardless. So the actual leveling process doesn't really change, other than you probably just have to do it for an hour or so more. You still do the same things, and unfortunately you'll probably have to weave in a Throne of Thunder run, which is the only downside for me, but 12 extra boss kills is another 144% cloak experience. So if you can actually get past Dark Animus and Duramu in Throne of Thunder, it's definitely worth doing it. It's just they are absolute pug killer groups, which means your success rate may be very varied. I've kept my cool all day, but I've got to say it, the TV's off. Sorry. I'm saving the planet, Jack. That's what we're doing. Not wasting electricity. Saving the planet. That's the excuse we'll go with anyway. Let's get in here before this dude pulls the next boss.
Now turn your lovely rune blades on our guests and fetch them.
Is it not possible just to leave this guy alone at 25 and do another normal Mogoshon tomorrow? Well, that might easily be the ultimate play, right? A speed run is often considered something that is possible to do in one go. One continuous play session, right? That's what kind of people want to know. How long does it take me to make a character before I get that character at max, right? Yes, logging off and logging back on again tomorrow and doing another Mogoshon Vaults run is probably the most sensible thing to do, really. But it's just a semantics thing, right? It kind of goes against the one sitting, 1 to, 10 to max level sort of thing. All of this is like all of these rules are stipulated by the players themselves, isn't it? You do what you want. I just think it's kind of cool that we're nearly at the point where a max level character can be obtained in one sitting, less than 3 hours, which is wild. Make a character 1 hour before the reset. Yeah, quickly squeeze in your Mogoshon Vaults run before reset, and then just go again. Yeah. Oh, pet's dead. Whoops. Right. There's our second dungeon done. Meaning now we can go do a Terrace of Ender Springs run. And we are 4 bosses away from opening our mailbox. Why won't you let me out? Isn't that what lets me out? Okay. Oh. Oh, we actually dinged 41 as well. See, this is what happens when you're at nearly 300% XP gain. A single heroic dungeon almost ends up being a lot of experience. A lot of juice. Thundering Orb, that's a cool one. Right. Okay. Terrace of the Ender Springs, let's go. Let's get some juices on the go. I need some max gear Andes. Pre-made groups, miss a Pandaria raid, starter group, Terrace of the Ender Springs, normal, Manthe, list group. Hop in if you're interested, boys and girls. 4 bosses, bit of easy bronze. How many actually need to run to max level in one go, especially in Remix? Feels too much a competition mindset, which isn't clever to do in practice. Yeah, I mean, it's entirely not necessary. Totally not necessary. How many we got? How many we got? 4. Hang on, how many people have I invited? 8. There's a wombo combo here, a couple of DPS, 2 tanks, a few DPS, a healer. Unless there's... yeah, that'll do. Let's go. Hesburger King. Hesburger is not king. I'm telling you that now. Oh, we've only got 9 members in here. Did I miscalculate? We've got room for 1 more then. We've got a juicer. Big dick DPS. Big dick DPS. I'm taking the biggest dick DPS I can spot. The biggest dick DPS I can see is a healer. In you come. I really don't pick and choose my groups very well. In queue, check note. Sorry, I was too fast. I wasn't paying enough attention. Terrace of the Endless Springs. That's that one over there, isn't it? I know where that is. I know where that is. I sense a few fresh 70s, maybe. Maybe. Oh, getting a summon. Beautiful. Beautiful. I can't see the thing to click it. I would love to do some clicking, but there's a dragon in the way. Hey, look, somebody's got their tusks, look. It's Foxicle en route. Oh, you're already down there. You're already down there. Right. Get some buffs out. Let's kill some trash. Let's get it gone. Insta-fear. Free-to-play twink boosting has been a thing on retail for years. But this is in the public eye. This is the thing, right? Whilst, yeah, you're probably not incorrect. You know, if it becomes the meta way to level characters in this new hype mode, that's at the point where Blizzard will step in and go, no, we're not doing this no more. They'll make restrictions that they can't group together with others, or they'll do something. The reality is they don't particularly care about the trial characters. It's a potential customer, but it's not a customer. Not necessarily the best business mindset long term, but it is the mindset they have, so. queue for the starter account seems way longer than a normal account, even as a tank or healer. Does it? Okay. About 5 minutes queues. Maybe there's some in. Maybe there's some in there. Alright, see if I can remember what we do on this one. What's the isn't there a kill order on these three? Who should we be killing? Can we get one more? I can never remember which way around we're meant to kill these dudes. We're definitely meant to kill them in a certain order though. Get the protector down if we're he's the lowest. Just nuke the protector. I can't remember if that's the right call, but
I command the elements to destroy the water. You cannot escape the storm.
right, Storm Dude next. Storm Dude next. Cleave? If only Cleave worked on this boss, yeah. There's a few times they used this mechanic, didn't they? What's the other one where they all in Siege of Orgrimmar? There's the trio, isn't there, that see, no, that's the difference actually. The trio in Siege of Orgrimmar, you do have to take them down at the same time. This is the opposite. Oh, and there's also the Klaxy dudes in Siege of Orgrimmar actually. You got to kill each one.
Here, the waters will consume you.
You know what's really sad? After this event, I'm going to have better boss knowledge of the Mr. Pandaria raid bosses than probably any other expansions raids ever. I'm actually going to have I'm going to step out of this feeling if I actually knew what these bosses did. I can't safely say that with any other tier or expansion ever.
No, the waters. I must resist. I shall not fear.
You just like this content better than retail. At the moment, yeah, absolutely, 100%. This isn't really raiding though. I mean, it's cool, but it's not really raiding. I'm very aware that there's like maybe one mechanic. This is just LFR on juice. But this is kind of what I think LFR kind of should be. In terms of that there should be, you know, it should just be, for the most part, a patchwork fight. I mean, if we're going to get really critical here, I think LFR should just disappear. But with it being so easy to just overpower it, that's what I think LFR should be. I suppose if you get a mythic geared player doing LFR in retail right now, that's pretty much how it goes. But no Mythic player worth their salt has any reason to go anywhere near LFR, so that maybe doesn't necessarily happen all that often outside of maybe reset day, because that Mythic player's bored and they just want, you know, they want some, they want that dopamine kick of dumpstering the meters. I don't know, but I'm intrigued to see what this story mode is in the War Within. They're adding a new raid tier. Yes, another one. A new raid difficulty. Sorry, a story mode. Some of you probably know way more about this even than I do. Yeah, I should maybe get rid of these stacks a little bit, shouldn't we? Yeah. Yeah, step in the sunbeam. By the way, you get rid of your stacks. For any of you that are on like 50 plus. I think LFR should have like maybe 1 or 2 mechanics be nearly impossible to actually fail on. So easy to like just overpower, it's ridiculous. But my hot take of all hot takes is that I don't believe LFR should give any gear. And they should use the same technology, preferably, as they do with they should use the same technologies they use in follower dungeons. Meaning LFR is basically hard, like could end up easily being like 50%. You should have instant queues for LFR. That's kind of what I'm getting at. Meaning that anytime somebody wants to do it, they can do it. If there happens to be other players queuing at the same time, smush them all into one. Otherwise, treat them like the follower dungeons, where it's just AI. Kind of movie mode styly. That's what I've thought for a little while that LFR really should do. And then much like Remix here, that you promote good reason and good practice of getting into normal modes and putting your own groups together. Merge LFR and normal. Well, the thing is, merging LFR and normal, you've got to... Right, well, what rules do you use? Do you use Group Finder? If you use Group Finder, normal just becomes LFR. If you take Group Finder away, then LFR just becomes normal. It's not really... I agree there's not really room for both difficulties. This is the only concern with story mode. I'm intrigued to see how this figure works out, because we could quite genuinely... We already have too many different raid difficulties. I mean, to have 4 raid difficulties already, and then they're going to add a story mode, whatever the hell that does. Do we really need 5 different modes for the raid each and every time? There's a sizable subset of players who just want to press a button, get into a raid without having to interact with anybody, probably more than we think. Yeah, this is why I think follower dungeons are probably... I don't think... Has Blizzard really given much information out about this? I don't think they have, but my guess would be that follower dungeons, I believe, have probably been quite well received by a select group of individuals, right? And it's more often than not, in this scenario, going to be individuals that you don't see or hear a lot from. They're not going to be the individuals that watch streams, particularly. They're not going to be the individuals that watch a lot of YouTube content. They're not going to be Wowhead commenters. They're not going to be forum Andes. They're likely to be just the passive people that play this game because it's fun, and they dip in and out of it as and when they want to. The kind of the silent majority, I think, is the phrase that's often used for this sort of thing, and I think it probably is. I think it probably is a majority. The silent majority of players probably have taken to follower dungeons really well. Initial drawback being that they're only Dragonflight now, but I've also seen, and somebody will correct me if I'm wrong on this, I think Dragonflight follower dungeons are going to be 10 to 70. Or maybe 10 to 80 even, in the War Within. Meaning that you'll theoretically be able to use follower dungeons all the way whilst leveling. which I think will very much please some people. And if they can implement something similar for LFR, I don't think you really then need LFR normal, heroic, and mythic at that point. Just replace LFR with like follower raid or story mode raid or something. Let me in the box. There we go. It's the XP gain I wanted. Oh, we're nearly there, boys and girls. One boss to go. One boss, and then we open the mailbox and we see if we get 70. I'm not sure we're going to have enough to reach 70, if I'm going to be brutally honest here. But I think we will get closer than we did yesterday. The question is how close. Even in LFR, you can't just go away from your keyboard and help your kid with maths homework for 20 minutes, or you'd get kicked. Follow dungeons and raids, you would be able to. Yeah, very much so. It lends so much more flexibility to players. My only thing with follower dungeons initially, and I kind of got flamed for this quite heavily when they were first released, was that I equally don't think that follower dungeons should give gear though. I think there should still be, from a gameplay design, good, strong reason to actually play with others. If you want to use follower dungeons as a way to level up, if you want to use follower dungeons as a way to experience the storylines that come through those dungeons, if you want to use follower dungeons as a way to just casually see what's going on, there becomes options for you there. But I'm not convinced that having it as a path of gearing is the smartest of moves, because then that doesn't leave much reason for people to go, you know what, I'm going to try these normal modes all the same. But I know my take on that is not agreed with by many. I should probably stop bringing it up, because I get flamed and downvoted for that point of view every time. That's the half of my brain that thinks like a game designer, in conflict with the other half of my brain that thinks like a player. Solo content doesn't need to be easy, make it hard. Well, that's also another play. That's also another possibility. If you do actually make it challenging to... If you made follower dungeons or follower LFR actually challenging as a solo adventure, then certainly you can throw some gear in it, yeah. It's just if it's easy mode... If it's super easy mode, if it's all positive, if it's all plus points and no negatives, there becomes very little reason to try any harder, you know? If it's all win-win-win and there's no downside to it, why would you ever even try and like step into a normal group or something? Okay. It's flipping penetrating Andy. What is he doing over here? Go penetrate somebody else. Right, moment of truth, boys and girls. We have 330 experience on our cloak. We have a mailbox full of XP tokens. Can we get places? Are we already high enough a level to get to 70 with the XP tokens we've farmed via the dungeons and raids so far? Oh, double agility. Did you say that? Plus 100 agility both times. Main stat for the win. Follower dungeons are so slow that people doing them voluntarily would never go organized content anyway. I don't know. I think you probably misunderstand the amount of guilds out there that do everything very slowly, you know. I've seen guilds for remix, right? Guilds that have organized raid nights, and their organized raid night is that they go do LFR. That's they put 25 people together and they queue for LFR, or they put 15 people together and they queue for LFR. That's like an organized raiding guild thing, right? Because people just like the slow, methodical, easy mode. Some people are not looking for a challenge. And so for some people, those slow and steady follower dungeons are just like a dream come true. Right, let's see where we get. We're level 41. We've got a mailbox full of juice. We've got 330% XP gain on our cloak. Is that going to be enough to get us 29 levels? This is the problem. I think this is still a little bit early, if I'm going to be brutally honest. I am thinking this might still be a touch early, but hang on, I'm trying to get rid of flipping trade chat spam out of my log. Right, so let me, before we do this, let me write down some notes of exactly what we got. We did, that's not the right notepad. We did, it looks like only 2 raids, 2 more random heroic dungeons, 9 EXP tokens. I'm just trying to track exactly what we did this time. I mean, obviously I've got it all in video format, sure, but I followed your plan last night. Didn't need to do 2 raids on day 2 and reach 70 from 41. Okay, we might be good then. Let's have a little bit of a look. Let's pop some tokens and see where we get. $43, $44, $45, $46, $47, $50. Open all like a pro. No, suspense, my friend, suspense. Keep you guessing. More importantly, I want to see exactly when, if we do hit 70, when we hit 70, so I know how much we can shave off. Right, we're 58 and we haven't even picked up any raid stuff yet. 59, 60, 61. This is where XP gains stack really high. 62. 63. It might be close. 64. 65. 66. Ah! I'm not. Are we gonna get there? I don't think we're gonna get there, are we? Just a casual 2 mil XP per hour, by the way. Are we legit going to end up at 69? Haha, 69 and a bit. Quick, go do a world boss. Quick, go do a world boss. Or hand in these quests. Hand in these quests that we pick up earlier.
Seek the truth.
Ah, they're not enough. They're not enough. Quick, go kill a world boss. Right, one more dungeon then. I guess that's what it realistically means. Oh, I'm not putting points in there, forget that. So one more dungeon. Quick! Quick! One more dungeon or go find a world boss. Well, that means that 3:30 is about where we need to be. That's what you get for not turning in those dungeon quests. You're probably right, actually. If we had turned in the dungeon quests, we might be good now. We might be good. But that gives me a good indication that that's nearly perfect, right? Slash played of 3 hours, 57 minutes. Um, 3 hours, 57 minutes on a slash played. 3 hours 57. I'm just gonna say that's 70. If I'd handed in a couple of quests in the dungeons and go kill a world boss, do one more dungeon, we're gonna say that's 70. That can so easily be optimized by not doing it on a DPS class as well, by the way. If we did that on a tank or a healer, you'd shave off probably 60 to 80 minutes potentially. You'd probably shave that hour off. If you do it on a tank or a healer, you're probably looking at 3 hours for 1 to 70. Yeah, something like a druid's probably a really good way to do it. Stacking up quests to turn in whilst waiting on the queues. Yeah. Yeah. We've got 330 XP gain, so one heroic dungeon at this point might do it. Which in essence means that we can do one more. We did whereas we only did 2 more random dungeons here to get from 35 to 40, even though we actually hit 41, if we did another, if we just made that 3, right? We just made that 3, it would probably be enough. Don't remember your streams being so long. My streams are longer when I'm having fun, surprisingly. For some reason, my streams end up being longer when I'm having fun. Shocking, right? Now you're going to get kicked because your gear is bad? Probably. Not when we've got a boosty in here. What's going on here? Screw you guys, I'm going this way. I'm going the boss. See you later. Come on, student the third, we're off. We can just straight take this now. Yoink. Turn auto loot on. But yeah, my gear's not great, look. My gear's not exactly great. Luckily, I've accidentally stepped into a max level character situation here. Oh dear God, and I'm dead. Yeah, I'm dead. Whoops. Enjoy doing no damage and getting... Well, yeah. Yeah. Well, this is why you just then need to do a couple... Once you hit 70, you do a couple of heroic dungeons again. You may not exactly perform fantastically well in them, but you do a couple of heroic dungeons again, and you'll get 346 gear all round pretty quickly. And then that doesn't fix your problem, but it smooths it over a bit. I am in great risk of being kicked here, though. Got kicked a few times. It will happen. People think you're just AFK. And for some reason, people are pretty sweaty about that right now. When you've got some players that are easily 10 times the power of others, it seems kind of ridiculous to kick people for underperforming. Underperforming relative to who, you know? Ah, these flipping wins. If people don't kill the trash, how am I ever meant to get there? Frog lives matter.
The gates are about to fall. Quickly, slaughter these meddlers.
This man farmed frogs. What's happened to his character? It's all gone downhill. The frogs revolt. The frogs revolted. Oh god, what if this doesn't actually ding me 70? Oh lord.
We've got to go light that signal fire. Without reinforcements, they'll destroy
Dealing 5k DPS with 0 gear is actually pretty high effort. It's big. Are we actually on this boss now? I can't figure out what we're doing. Don't know if I've got the right gem. Right, I'm going to hop on his face just so it looks like I'm doing something. No, I'm not. He's dead. Is he dead? What's going on here? Hello? Oh god! Oh no! Not like this! Not like this! 69 and 9/10. 69 and 9/10. I think I've got something in the mailbox. Do I not have anything in the mailbox? Squeeze in a quick LFR. Oh god! Nothing in the mailbox. Quick, scenario. World boss. Discovering areas gives XP too. We fly! We fly! Fly where I've never been. Scenarios. Random scenario. Go. Fly where we've never been. Fly, my pretty. Killer air. Do anything! Do something. Galleon. Find a group. No! Not like this! Galleon, world boss. Wait, 3 people? Hello? Dead game? Hello? What's this? Invite me, I'll solo it for you. Yeah, you're not logged in. I really enjoyed the process of leveling my first alt following your plan. Makes the thought of getting enough bronze for the rewards pretty feasible now. It's, yeah, how much bronze have we got? 26k plus 40, 66k. Not super lucrative this way. Because you've realistically not done a single quest in your life. But, you know, equally still not terrible. We should probably get summoned down. People ain't going to click it. Now you've got a fresh 70 for the next expansion. Yeah, this is the thing, right? This is why it's not a concern, really, because sure, you get some bronze out of it, but yes, it's another ult for the next expansion. That's kind of the point, right? That by having multiple ults in the new expansion very clearly seems to be quite meta-ish already with the very limited amount that we know from alpha. So I think repeating this a few times, using this as a way to get some of the collectibles, bunch of ults while you're there. Level 70 finally. Thank you very much for that one. Appreciates. So let's take a little bit of a looky at what we got here. Hang on, let's hop on the Elegant mount. He's cool, isn't he? Would you spread ults on multiple servers if you already had 13 on your main realm? Doesn't really matter nowadays, honestly. I might have had a different opinion on this 12 months ago, 2 years ago sort of thing, but nowadays I really don't think it matters. You quite genuinely can have all of your characters in one spot if you want. Especially the fact that we're going to have region-wide guilds in the new expansion. Warbands are coming. The realm you play on matters very little now. The goblin in me will probably tell you that stay off low-level realms, just because the more players, the better in a way. But apart from that, it doesn't really matter. Zygor has a little, where is it? Zygor does a tracker thing for leveling. It's got quite some unknowns here for unknown reasons. But look at these. Look at these, right? From 41 all the way, from 41 to 69 giggity, like a matter of seconds. Boom, 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 boom. Total time to hit level 70, 4 hours and 7 minutes. Could be vastly improved on if I didn't do it on a DPS class. Do this on a character that gets insta-queues to dungeons, you'll shave an hour off. Easy. I did 20, what did we say? 21 dungeons? How many was it? No, 16. How many was it? Brain, do brain things. GG 69.69. Yeah, we did 8, 6, 8, 6, 7, 8, 16 dungeons. 16 dungeons was the whole thing. 17 dungeons would have been the good number, you know. 17 dungeons would have been the good one. We didn't get many Scholomantses. If RNG blesses you and you get a couple more Scholomantses, which have 5 bosses in and give you 5 bonus XP tokens, you'd probably be much better off. Plus, if you're the healer or the tank, you have much more say over the pace of the dungeon as well. I got into some horrendous dungeon groups there. We even wiped a few times, which was horrible, but... Now, only if Luxos XP would calculate the items in the mailbox and then tell me what the expected level would be. That would be very clever. That would be very clever. There's a weak aura for that, I'm sure. But yeah, 16 dungeons, 3 raids, blast all of your tokens, kill a world boss. Run 2. Level 70 at 4 hours, 7 minutes. Quite cool. DPS spec. Quite cool. Hardly any bronze. Yeah, I didn't get much bronze realistically overall from that, but I can now go and pick up 40k. So there's a bonus 40k on top of that. So it's actually 66,000 bronze. Which 66,000 bronze in 4 hours is what, like 15k, over 15k an hour? Which is more competitive than most other things. In a highly organized mythic dungeon spamming group with a level 20 twink setting the queues off, you can probably do 25k bronze an hour. But still pretty good for bronze.
What do you want? Seek the truth.
Boom. 66k bronze. 66k bronze to the total. I ended up today with 70 on my fresh brewmaster. How did I end up with so little then? Gumdrops just said he had more than that as well. Landed in with 80. How did I end up with so little? I don't know. Well, actually, look at the amount of flipping trash I have in my bags. Not that that's going to make a huge difference, but if I nuke all of that down, it could be an extra 1,000 or so. Even a level boost in retail takes 4 to 5 hours. Yeah, probably. Nuke a bunch of this stuff. What did the total time end up being? 4 hours and 7 minutes. Where'd it go? Was it 4? Yeah, 4 hours and 7 minutes. So much room for improvement there. That, though, conceptually means that it works. Now all you do is do it fast. Now you know exactly what it is you need to do and when you need to do it. Just do it fast. So you can, this is the path, right? Doing this on a healer or a tank will shave an hour off your time. We did 8 dungeons and we got 26 bonus XP tokens in the mail from leveling up to 25. We then went and did normal Mogoshan vaults, which gave us plus 72 on our cloak. We followed it up with 6 more random heroic dungeons, which got us to 35 and gave us 19 XP tokens. I did balls up at one point as well. I used an XP token way earlier than I should have done. I don't know how much difference that's going to make overall, but, you know, 20% of a level maybe. At 35, you go do Heart of Fear for another 72% cloak experience. Slam in a couple more random dungeons to reach to 40. I would probably do 3 here instead of just 2. Depending on how many times you've done Scholarmance. If you can do Scholarmance a few more times, because it's 5 bosses, it's quite juicy. If you land on Scholarmance a few more times, you can probably just do 2. If you haven't done Scholarmance many times, maybe do a 3rd one here. Then go do Terrace of Ender Springs, and then open everything from your mailbox. And you should be remarkably close to level 70, if not level 70. It works. What's the prerequisite for that? Getting the cloak up to max on the first character. Yeah, I suppose that's probably something that's good to talk about. This is based on it being a pumped ult, right? So this is based upon you having the max cloak that your ult can have. You need the 4200 thread achievement on your main before doing this on an ult. The less experience you start with, the less you'll get out of it at the end, but it's pretty cool that it works. Pretty cool that it works. I'm glad that it I'm glad we hit 70 there. I didn't want to land another one close to the finish line but not crossing it. Well, we technically didn't cross it. We had to run away and do a quick extra dungeon and a world boss, but you know what I mean. It would have been sub 4 hours if we didn't do the world boss and the extra heroic there. Or we had just better RNG with the dungeons. Probably wouldn't have needed the world boss if it wasn't for the dum-dum. Yeah, literally one more heroic dungeon would have probably meant that it worked out perfectly. Are we going to end up on 69,000 bronze as well? That'd be funny. That's actually... it's borderline perfect, that, isn't it? What if you do the extra dungeon before you hit 30 so that you can completely avoid siege? Yeah, that would also probably work. Squeeze in one more dungeon early on. Yeah, literally one more dungeon than we did. I did 16 dungeons, doing 17 is probably fine. It really lies on how many times you fall on Scholarmance. If you can land on Scholarmance a couple of times, you're golden. 69,000 bronze. Giggity. Right. That, though, boys and girls, is me done for the day. I'm hungry. I need to go get me some food. My dogs, plural, also probably think it's dinner time. So, there we go. It works. Thanks for joining today. Feel free to use that. Give it a go. Level some ults. It's quite quick and easy. Do I turn it into a video? Probably a good video title, isn't it? It's probably a good video title. I probably need to do it on a tank and get a good /played number. Maybe I'll do that this evening. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. See you all for the next round of Wowhead article remix hotfixes. Yes. We'll be back tomorrow. It's Friday tomorrow, isn't it? I am actually taking a day off on Saturday, by the way. I've got a christening I need to go to on Saturday. So for the first time in 20 plus days or something, I'm going to take a day off on Saturday. I'm going to put remix down for an entire day. It's going to feel very weird. I'm not sure I like it. I will post it in the Discord. How about that? I'll post the full strat in the Discord so people can do what they want with it. And I'll probably turn it into a little video. Hardly anybody can hear you. Ads running. No, everybody in here's a sub, right? Everybody in here's a sub. It's fine. Everybody's a sub. Well, if nobody's here, if nobody's listening, that's cool. That means I don't have to ramble on too much longer. Thank you all again. Come say hi on the Discord. Hit the follow buttons. Thank you all for the subs, the bits, the love. Appreciate it all. And I'll catch you all next time. Peace.